Good evening. Good evening. Sam, it's not evening, man. You got me confused.
Cold enough to be evening.
Good afternoon. We're coming to you live from Salisbury, North Carolina. This is Mike Pettaway with Mr. Sam Hatfield, the one and only. And we're going to be bringing you today's NCQMA live action A-main races. They just got underway before we went on the air, but they did have a bit of a delay this morning. Batch qualifying took a little bit longer than they expected. And now they have in the first race that's up right now, it's a heavy 160, I believe it is, Sam?
That sounds right.
And we have Chase, is it Chase Anderson that flipped over?
That would be correct.
So they're over getting his car uprighted, and looks like he's okay, thumbs up. So they're actually, of the 35-lap race, they've completed, I think, 10 laps already. My photographer, Miss Tracy Akers, is taking my camera to go take some great pictures today. We appreciate her efforts. And Sam has opened up another window on my computer. I hope you're technologically savvy. I think you are. He has the spreadsheet open up. As the major NASCAR series are winding down this weekend, last night, Matt Crafton won the Camping World Truck Series. Of course, Chase Elliott's already wrapped up the Nationwide. And then we have 4 drivers tomorrow for the Sprint Cup, Mr. Harvick, Mr. Logano, Mr. Hamlin, and Mr. Ryan Newman. And in that same vein here at NCQMA, this is Championship Saturday because all the championships are going to be decided. Is that right, Sam?
That's right. We got 3 championships up for grabs here this weekend. Those would be the Heavy Honda, the Senior Animal, and there is one other division up for grabs. But as I do not have the spreadsheet open quite yet, I'm not sure what that is as of now. And that is the Senior Honda Championship also up for grabs this weekend.
And today is also Cup Day for the Junior and Senior Animal races, I believe.
That would be correct. So out on the track now is our Heavy 160 division. This division has already been decided, and Mr. Jacob Borst has locked up the championship already in the 160 division. So the real battle out there on track is the battle for second, third, and fourth place championship positions between Macy Curry, Chase Anderson, and Abigail Kenny. As we run now, Curry currently holds on to the second place position with Anderson in third and Kenny in fourth. We'll have to wait and see how the day plays out today. Abigail Kenny deciding not to run her 160 car today, so we'll see how that impacts her in the points.
And Chase Anderson is in the pit area. They are attending to his car, have it up on his nose, while Mr. Borst and Miss Curry are still circling the track. Now they are taking the green flag, so the 5-lap courtesy rule did come into play, and Chase was not able to retake the field. So Borst is leading Curry with 24 laps to go, Sam.
Borst was able to get a good jump on Curry on that restart there. He's already pulled out to about a 2-car length advantage over Curry in the second place running position. Curry was able to pick up the championship in the Summer Series in the Heavy 160 division earlier this year. However, as stated before, Borst has already locked up the championship, so now she's just battling for the win, and she's beginning to close some of that gap up between her and Borst. It's now fallen to about a car length advantage for Borst.
We're down to 19 circuits to go with Borst still leading Curry, but she is gaining a little bit of ground every lap, it looks like.
Curry has caught up to the back bumper of Borst, so we're now bumper to bumper battle for the lead with 15 laps left to be run in the final Heavy 160 points paying race of the year. The season started all the way back in March of this year, now coming down to this cold weekend in November. Curry right on Borst's bumper. She's going to try to look low down the back straightaway, unable to get the job done. Hops back in line, loses a little momentum there, falls about a car length behind Borst. That was a good break for Borst there, as when Curry looked under Borst, the left front tire of that machine picked up.
Yep.
She lost some momentum, falls back once again. It's a 2-car length deficit for Curry with 10 laps to go.
And we've said this before, but Jacob Borst has been really on the Z game all season. He's come out here and pretty much won most anything he's run in. And of course, Macy Curry, we know what her history is this year. She's got a fast car. She's a good driver, but looks like Borst may be able to withstand any pressure. He's got about a 6-car length lead now, with only 5 circuits to go for this 35-lap A main feature.
So it looks like Borst riding pretty here. As Mike said, a 6-car length advantage for Borst. Laps winding down. Really all Macy Curry can hope for now is for the veteran driver Jacob Borst to make a mistake, which is something he does not do very often. As Borst's going to take the white flag. Curry ends up in the infield.
She just made a sharp left turn in the backstretch. I don't know if something come loose on her or just a rear end, I guess, broke loose on this track, but
you could hear a screeching sound from the Curry machine as it went down the back straightaway there. So she may have lost the rear end of the machine and just overcorrected, ends up in the infield. NCQMA's rules do say that if your car is in the infield, you must come to a complete stop or else you will be disqualified. So Curry comes to a complete stop in the center of the infield. So we're going to roll back out with a green-white checkered finish up here.
That's actually going to be to her advantage because she's going to start right on Jacob Borst's bumper. And, if she can get under him on these corners, this could be an interesting finish.
1 to go this time by. Borst's going to lead him into turn number 3. Green flag out in the air. Borst's able to get a huge jump over Curry on the restart. He pulls out the 2-car lengths within the front straightaway. White flag now out in the air. Borst's going to lead him down the back straightaway through 3 and 4. Give the win to Jacob Borst. He picks up the final win of the season to go with his championship.
Yeah, I think it was obvious that Jake had the car to beat in this race, and when Macy spun out, I don't know if maybe she didn't quite, on that restart, she just didn't have anything to go because Jacob just jumped out and took off about 3 cars right off the bat. So we will see how it all comes out. And points-wise on that will be...
Borst is the winner. Our spreadsheet setup isn't working. It's not quite showing our top with drops. However, we do luckily have on the side our scenarios for each division. So in terms of trying to figure out...
Now, before you go any further, tell everybody who did all that work for you behind the scenes.
That was my wonderful Excel spreadsheet master expert mother.
Your mother, that's right. So the fans don't think that Sam spent tireless hours going through the spreadsheets and the numbers. His mom actually dissected all the numbers and gave Sam some different scenarios that we would talk about today. And obviously the first race is over with Jacob Borst taking the checker plus taking the season championship. The next race on deck is the junior animal, which is going to be the first of 2 cup races. Junior Animal Cup race will be coming up first. I don't see them lined up in the hot chute. I guess they are getting ready to come out. And for those of you that are not familiar with what we call the cup races at NCQMA, it's a special race where the top 3 podium finishers get a nice cup trophy. And the drivers are brought out on the track prior to the race, and they're actually lined up facing the scoring tower here on the back stretch. And usually the track announcer will go down and have a word with each one of the drivers.
Which is not us today.
Not going to be us today. We're up in the... but I haven't watched the race from this vantage point in a while. I'm kind of enjoying sitting up here in the back stretch, and obviously you can see everything from here. We know that.
So now we're going to jump back to the heavy 160 points battle. I have done the calculations by just manually going in, getting rid of the worst races for each driver. So picking up the heavy 160 championship for 2015 2014, I'm already looking forward to next year. For the 2014 season is Jacob Borst. He picks it up with a final points total of 417 points. Running in second, ending with 402 points, will be Macy Curry. In third with 399 points will be Chase Anderson. And then in fourth with 375 points will be Abigail Kenny. So that concludes our Heavy 160 for this season. So now we're going to jump up, look at our junior animal points battle. Currently leading the championship. He's locked it up. It's Gavin Boschel. Once again, I do not have information in terms of drops for the rest of our drivers, so I will have to go back and figure that out.
So Gavin Boschel, you think, is locked up the Junior Animal Championship?
We have done the calculations to lock it up for Gavin Boschel, we do believe.
And that'll be our next race. Before we get too far into the broadcast, we want to thank Flash Products and Chris Yunchuk for being our sponsor this season, coming on board and allowing Sam and I to sit out here and have a blast. I think, Sam, you would say. I know you enjoy broadcasting. I know you'd much rather be behind the wheel of some kind of a racing machine somewhere, but I guess this is the next best thing to being in the car, is be here and be able to be the race analyst and call the races. And I know how it is when, as good as you raced, not being able to be behind the wheel is probably pretty disappointing. But we are, again, in a little bit of delay sometimes between these races because of parents who have to go from one classification from the other. It takes them a while to get the car set up in the hot chute. And again, there are no paid employees at NCQMA. Everyone is a volunteer, and the parents, besides maintaining their race cars, they have to volunteer for certain duties during the day to keep the track flowing efficiently during the afternoon. Today we started the morning out with batch qualifying, and a batch qualifying is just the way it sounds. You have a batch of cars, usually between 3 and 5, on the track at the same time. They get, I believe it's 2 minutes, or maybe a little bit less than 2 minutes to run as fast as they can. And today the track records were open. I don't think any track records were broken today. I don't recall them announcing during the qualifying session any new track records. But batch qualifying gives is the opportunity you have to break records. It also participants some time on the track this morning. They came out on a cold kind of a green track this morning. It was probably a little bit slick, but as soon as the batch qualifying got underway, they were starting to lay down some rubber, and I was talking to one of the car owners, and he was saying that he had set the car up thinking that it was going to be really loose. Kid went out to race. Actually, the car turned out to be too tight. So, what he was really thinking was going to happen really didn't affect him. So we've got the again junior animal drivers being wheeled out onto the track for their formal introduction. They got usually have some kids that come out and stand behind them for photos with the checkered flag. It's a good time for these young drivers. Looks like the first driver that comes across the gate is Miss Delana Hodge, and she is followed by Turner Wyand, and the next driver is Tyler Conover. Luke Riffle with his fluorescent green toboggan. Can't miss Luke today. And Gavin Boschel will be the final junior animal driver. The 5-car field again will be they'll be going for a cup victory, which is a big event for these classes. Throughout the season, they have a cup race for each of the competitive classes. And last Sunday we had a it was 2 Sundays ago, I guess. We had the Rookie Extravaganza, which is the Cup equivalent to the competitive classes, and they had a fairly good turnout for that rookie. It was actually postponed from the Saturday, and they canceled all the races, and moved the Rookie Extravaganza to that Sunday afternoon here at the NCQMA, and it was a good time for all those rookies. But they bring the kids out on top of their carts, and it's really a thrill to see. They're up waving and having a great time. I've got our photographer, Miss Tracy Akers, is down trying to get some photos, and they'll get ready to get the introductions underway. Hopefully we'll have some good racing in the junior animals with 5 cars today, and those 5 names, they're all capable of winning. It's going to be a real, I think it's going to be a real competitive race. Delana Hodge, who will be starting on the pole, has really, in my opinion, has really stepped it up this year and become a much better driver, and has been very, very competitive. And Turner Wine's always, he's always in the mix, and is going to be a threat to move up in the standings. And then the next 3 drivers are, again, proven winners: Tyler Conover, Luke Riffle, and Gavin Boschel. So we have they have someone from the track down on the track announcing these drivers. So you may be able to hear something in the background, but that's the track announcer introducing the drivers for their interview. I have a photographer, a hood over me. I have someone sitting beside me with... I think it's because you're in numbers, not Excel. We never tested it with numbers. We're having an issue with our formulas because there's an Excel spreadsheet, and I don't think I have Excel on this computer. I do on my home computer. So we are introducing the drivers. Sam, do you remember when you were in Cup races and they got to... Were you a good interview when they came up to you and asked you a question?
I guess I was.
All except one time.
Except one time.
What did you do? I forget what that was. Was I here that day?
I think I forgot about my mom or something.
The same person that struggled all week to get these numbers for you, and you didn't even give her any acknowledgement when they asked, who do you want to thank? And you didn't think of dear old Mom. Maybe she'll forget you this year at Christmas. How's that?
That wouldn't be good. I'm trying to talk her into getting me iRacing for Christmas.
Uh-oh. Again, we are between races here with the junior animal drivers on the track being introduced to the crowd, and a lot of fans on the track taking pictures. Great opportunity to get some good pictures of these drivers. Down below, sitting on the fence, is Mr. Jacob Borst, Luke Riffle. I see Hunter Hutchins down here looking over the situation, and Lucas Sipka. So it'll probably be another 5 minutes before we get this race underway. And again, it is for the Cup race for the junior animal. And I think you're in for a great competitive race. I think you're in for some really good action. It looked like in the when they were doing the batch qualifying, even though there were not any records set, all the cars were relatively close in time. So it could be a bumper-to-bumper type of a race with a lot of action. And I know that starting shotgun on the field, Gavin Boschel, he's definitely going to not want to stay there very long. So we're going to have, I think, plenty of action right off the bat here in the second race of the day. It is a nice, cool fall morning, afternoon here in North Carolina. It's probably in the maybe low 40s, I suppose, high 30s, low 40s. It is a little nippy, but those kids get those race suits on and climb into those race cars. I don't think they care what the temperature is. They just want to have fun racing. I was also having a conversation with a parent today about how his particular driver he said no matter what place he finishes, he always gets out of the car saying he had fun, and which is what this is really about, to have these kids get some experience but also have some fun. And as we've said many times, these are some really impressive young people down here from age 5 to 16. Any one of them you can talk to, and they're very, very mature for their age, and you can watch them on the track do some miraculous things that you don't realize they're just little kids driving these cars. And it's really it's worth, even though there is no admission, it's worth the admission to come watch them. And we have quite a rookie crowd of drivers here at NCQMA, which means that the future of the club is in good hands, because you're going to have more drivers coming in to take over those that are retiring out or moving on. And like Mr. Hatfield, he's retired from quarter midget racing, so he's no longer an active driver here. And when people like Sam move on, you have to have other people to come in to fill the slot so we can keep racing. And I think there's about 30 or so rookie racers here this year between the blue rookie crop and the red rookies. Red rookies, of course, are the very beginners, and blue rookies would be the next class up before you get into what we call the competitive races, where they race for points and season championships. They're checking the safety harnesses on the drivers, getting them all buckled in, getting their earplug put in for the receiver. And everybody down here is kind of bundled up because I guess they think it's cold. And having lived in Nebraska for 18 years, this is not really cold to me, but 40 degrees in the sunshine feels pretty nice. And Sam has all of a sudden quit talking, and he's becoming a computer analyst right here on the air.
Yeah, I'm working on these points. So I'm not quite sure about our junior animal points, because as of now, without drops,
I thought Luke Riffle was in front.
We do have a tie between Luke Riffle and Gavin Boschel, so I believe we may have messed up the calculations now. So we'll have to wait till after the race to say that.
And I wonder if did Gavin race all the races in
Gavin did miss one race.
So that would be one of his drops.
That would be one of his drops.
Plus, I think they're counting 7 races this year.
Top 7 races.
Top 7 races. So what you do, folks, is you look at all your points for each week, and you take basically your 7 highest scoring races, and that's going to be your season point total. And if there is a tie, and I think this summer we did have a tie in one of the championships.
The tie breakers first are most wins, most seconds, most thirds, and then if the tie cannot be broken by that, in the summer series it is a tie, but I believe in our weekend series they go to your average heat race finish. Is that correct?
Or they may go by how many times your name is mentioned on the broadcast.
Maybe.
In other words, folks, we don't really know what they're going to do if it ends up in a tie. But irregardless, these 5 drivers are they're getting strapped in, and they will be pushed off here momentarily.
Looking at these points now, I believe they're much closer than we may have calculated earlier. So it may not be a locked-up championship. We may have just miscalculated this because of just placement of drivers on the spreadsheet. Luke Riffle was at the very bottom of this spreadsheet. So we may not have gone and calculated for him, figuring it was linear by number of points, rather than it just more of a kind of a random order.
Yeah, I think we
may have done a mistake in our calculation. So we'll have to wait till after the race to see who wins championship here.
Well, I think it's going to be one of these 5 drivers.
It will be one of these 5 drivers. So I can't give points as we run now because, once again, we did do this spreadsheet in Excel, and it has not calculated over to numbers well. So we need to attempt to fix that.
Well, I don't know what we can do about it. But we do know that there will be a championship decided today. There will be a cup winner today. The first 3 finishers will be awarded a cup. And I believe they do that right after the race, right?
They will do that on the track after the race, the cup ceremony. But my real question is, I believe that, as I said earlier, my calculations, unofficial of course, may have been wrong. So this means that this race may mean double for some of these drivers. They're not only out there running for the Cup, but they're also out there running for track championships. So that may play a role in terms of pressure that these drivers are under.
Yeah.
Because you really want to go out there and win this Cup race. But assuming that parents calculated the points right and we didn't, they may have told their drivers, just be smart and finish in this position, because it's really, do you value your year-long championship or this Cup race more?
So that makes...
So that could make this interesting.
And if you do win the Cup today and you win the championship, that's really a big day for you, getting 2 prestigious awards in one afternoon. So we'll see. Like Sam says, he messed up the numbers that his mom made up for him. So,
but I would like to talk about some other classes where I am more sure that we have the numbers correct. If we look at our next race out, it's our senior animal division. It's a 2-horse race for the championship. Right now, Gage Painter, when you include drops, is leading that championship. Gage has missed 2 events, so if you do not include drops in the championship, you currently have Levi Riffle leading the championship. But when we went and we included drops in our calculations before this race weekend, Levi has to win the race, the next race out, our senior animal, or else Gage will pick up that championship. So I do feel much more confident in that calculation than in this one, and if this one does end up being correct, then I know all of my calculations will be correct.
So Gage has seven races in the book.
Gage has 8 races in the book right now, so he will get one drop.
He has a minimum, so he'll drop his lowest one.
Yes,
because he is not racing today. He's in Columbus, I believe, in the indoors.
At the indoor series.
So really, the pressure is kind of on Levi Riffle when he comes out in the senior animal to get out there and win that race, and by doing that, you think he would take the championship, right?
From what we have calculated, he would. If he finishes anywhere else, that championship would go to Gage. So if we look forward to the senior animal event, that event will be interesting to see how Levi drives, because I believe he had one of the faster cars in qualifying, starting 3rd on the grid. Mm-hmm. So we need to look at Levi and wonder, is he going to be more conservative and try to slowly work his way up to the front and avoid wrecking his machine, or is he just going to go all out and run it as hard as he can and say, if I wreck it and don't win it, I lose the Cup and the championship, but I know I have to go out there and just run as hard as I can rather than try to do the more conservative route and get up there without wrecking. So that'll be interesting to see how he runs in that.
Well, he's going to be going up against Christopher Opplinger, who is no slouch on the racetrack, and Nick Loden, who, he's a proven winner, and Hunter Hutchins is always competitive. So Levi is going to have to drive a smart race. Starting on the inside is going to give him a little bit of a benefit. Maybe if Hunter can jump out and take that low line and get it in front of the 2nd and 4th place car, that'll give Levi a little bit of an advantage, because I would think if you ever got out in front of this field, you would not want to look back. You would want to keep going because they're going to be right on your bumper.
And Nick Loden really is playing the spoiler, and not only this Cup race that will come out in senior animal, but also the championship battle. If you look at the points, Nick's name is not anywhere in the senior animal line. Nick has preferred to run in our World Formula Light 160 and Senior Honda division all year, just simply because those classes typically have better car counts. However, just the prestige of a Cup race, the Lodens have put the senior animal engine in one of Nick's machines. So he's playing not only spoiler in the championship battle if he picks up the win, but also in the Cup race. So watch out for Nick Loden to be a spoiler in the senior animal event when that comes out later today.
That could be all of them are going to be interesting races, but I think these 2 Cup races, there's so much beyond just the Cup that's at stake. But now you throw the Cup into it, and that just brings more excitement to the table, more reason the driver wants to win. And, being the spoiler, which, you don't always, just because you have the most points coming in doesn't mean you're going to end up winning it because of all the things that can go on here. They are starting to push the cars down the backstretch into turn 3 and 4 to get them under power.
As we roll out here under the warm-ups, I'd like to go over some of our other championship battles. In our junior animal division, Luke Riffle, our junior Honda, Luke Riffle has locked up our junior Honda championship. Our other championship battle is in senior Honda. Nick Loden in that battle, he has to win, or else it will be a tie, which the tiebreaker does go to Connor Janchuk, who I believe is here this weekend.
Yeah, Connor is running this weekend, So they're doing their warm-up laps here for the 30-second warm-up. You may be able to hear the engines when they come down the back stretch. There's 5 cars out on the track, pretty much spread out.
I'd also like to talk about Tyler Conover. Conover is running in one of Yunchuk's machines this weekend. Conover has been running in the 160 divisions pretty much throughout the year. However, he is in one of Yunchuk's machines this weekend to run this event. So I'm not quite sure where he'll play into the points either. If we continuing to look at our points battles, Heavy 160 was already locked up with Jacob Bors. Connor Yonchuk has won the Light 160, and Ryan Repko, who's not here this weekend, racing a late model at Myrtle Beach, has won out the entire season in World Formula. He's locked up that championship. So now let's get back to this race that's out on the track now. Our Junior Animal A-Main Cup Race event. Starting on the pole is Delana Hodge. Starting in second, Turner Wyan. Starting in third, Tyler Conover. In fourth, Luke Riffle. And in fifth, Gavin Boschel. So 35 laps to decide a Cup Race winner and a championship as we head down the back straightaway now into turn number 3. Green flag out in the air. Wyan holds up the whole outside row. That's going to hold Luke Riffle up. He gets stuck on the outside, falls back to fourth. Gavin Boschel is going to dive under Tyler Conover. Down the back straightaway, Conover pulls the crossover move down the front, slide Conover back up into second, Boschel back to third. Boschel is going to try to pull a high side hustling move. Can't get that done, dives back in line. However, out in the front of the pack, we have Delana Hodge. Hodge up to about a 5 car length advantage. Battle for second back underway with Boschel right on the rear end, back bumper of Tyler Conover's machine. However, Conover is now beginning to catch up to Hodge very quickly. It's about a car length separating Conover and Hodge with Boschel in chase. Luke Riffle, after getting stuck behind Wyand on the initial start, he's about 5 car lengths off of Boschel's bumper. However, these top 3 bumper to bumper, once they start racing, that's going to be good for Riffle in terms of for him being able to catch up. Now there goes Conover. He's going to look low under Hodge down the back straightaway, gets the job done. Boschel, he's going to take advantage of that move, slides behind Conover. He's going to move up into second. So now the battle for the lead, Tyler Conover in Connor Yonchuk's machine and Gavin Boschel running in second.
Looks like Delana's kind of faded back once she got passed by Conover and Boschel. She's in the clutches now of Luke Riffle, who's going to run up on her bumper coming into turn 1 and 2 with 20 laps to go.
Riffle's going to try to get by Hodge. However, it looks like that car is just not quite quick enough to keep up with the 2 front runners. Those will be Tyler Conover and Gavin Boschel, which are still battling bumper to bumper. Not one car not really able to take the edge on that battle. However, Conover started farther up in the pack on the initial start, currently in the lead. Gavin Boschel started 5th. However, due to inversion, he was the fast time. So Boschel was quicker in qualifying. Let's see if that'll carry over and if he can make the pass on Conover with 15 laps left to be run in our Junior Animal A-Main event. Riffle has now still mirrored behind Hodge in the 4th place running position. That may be bad for his championship run. We will have to see. Hodge running in 3rd. That's not good for her championship run. So it does look like Gavin Bochel's in the catbird seat in terms of the championship here, as he may have the championship locked up with our calculations correct already. Once again, unofficial calculations, we're not sure if the Excel spreadsheet has worked correctly or not. Luke Riffle finally able to dive under Delana Hodge. He slides up into that 3rd position. 3rd and final spot on the podium, also the 3rd and final cup. So that was a very crucial pass for Riffle there in terms of running in this cup race. Tyler Conover, however, now beginning to catch up to the lap car of Turner Wyan. Wyan is running in 5th. He's about to get put a lap down with only 5 laps left to be run for this time by. If that car holds up Conover as it is, that may be good for Boschel. Conover able to get by. Oh, Boschel makes contact with Wyan. Wyan sideways down the back straightaway. That's going to bring out a yellow with 3 laps left to be run.
You got to be really careful when you're running up on the slower cars, and Gavin was a little bit too impatient and tried to get under Turner Wyan, and you can see coming out of turn 2 from our vantage point, he locked wheels with him, and it's spun them out, and it's going to bring up a restart with 3 laps to go, 2 or 3 laps. They're deciding in the tower if it's 2 or 3, but it's going to end up with, again, there'll be bumper to bumper with Bochelle right on the bumper of Conover.
I'm not sure if Bochelle will maintain that spot. He may get a strike and go to the back due to contact, however. I do believe that because Wyan was a lap car, Bochelle will be safe.
I think that's been interpreted both ways during the year, but I think there's a rule in the book somewhere that if you get tangled up with a lapped car, but did that pertain to the leader only, though?
That's what I'm not sure about. There was a debate about this earlier this year, and I just don't remember what the actual rule was, and we don't have a rule book with us, and even if we did, it would take us 15 minutes to find it, because you know how big the rule books are. But I'm sure the people in the tower are making sure they get the right call, because you don't want to accidentally screw someone's cup race over with the wrong call.
They posted 4 laps to go on the board, so they revert back to the last completed lap. It'll be 4 laps of green flag racing. They are sending Bochelle to the rear of the field, looks like.
That's tough luck for Bochelle. However, Wyand is in the pit road, so that does put Bochelle in 4th, and he's proven this whole event that he has a fast car. So all he has to do to get a cup, it won't be the same as that second place or possibly the winner's cup that he was running for earlier, but he just has to pass the one machine of Delana Hodge. Hodge has been struggling for most of this race, so Bochelle should be in okay position to at least get himself back on that podium and be able to pick up a cup still. But we'll have to wait and see what Bochelle can do in these closing 4 laps and see if that contact with Wyan gave any damage to the machine. From our vantage point, I don't see any damage on the outside of the machine. However, there may be something bent under the hood of that machine.
That's going to put Luke Riffle lined up second on Tyler Conover's bumper. That's kind of a break for Luke, because his car definitely is not working as well today as he'd like. So he may... if he can just hold off those 2 behind him for the last 4 laps, and Luke can get a podium finish out of this race. But we'll see. They're getting ready for the...
1 to go this time by. Conover's going to lead him down the back straightaway. Green flag in the air. Riffle's able to stay right on Conover's bumper on the restart. That's going to be the battle for the lead. Riffle right on Conover's bumper. 3 laps to go this time by. Delana Hodge still right on Riffle's bumper. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, bumper to bumper, battling for a cup race win. 2 laps to go this time by. Luke Riffle's got one more time around to try to dive under your leader, the gingerbread kid, Tyler Conover. We head down the back straightaway. Riffle's not going to be able to make the pass. Give the win to Conover. 2nd to Riffle. 3rd to Bochelle. 4th to Hodge. And 5th will go to Wyan. So...
I would say that Mr. Conover had the field pretty much covered. The only driver that was going to be of any threat to him was Bochelle until Bochelle got spun out. So Tyler Conover picks up the cup win in the junior animal race here at the NCQMA on a beautiful sunshiny afternoon in Salisbury, North Carolina, home of the NCQMA track. And Mr. Hatfield is looking through his spreadsheet for information about the points. He is frantically working his numbers and his magic to see how the final standings will end up. I think they're going to should bring Bochelle's car back out on the track. He did get a podium finish on that particular race. He finished 3rd, getting around Delana Hodge in the last couple laps of that race. So we're down to now our second cup race, and it'll be just a few minutes. They're going to do the award ceremony, presenting the cups to the 3 podium finishers. Tyler Conover driving a Yunchuk machine today, which is not a bad machine to drive, because Mr. Yunchuk with flash engines knows exactly how to get these cars set up. And of course, his son Connor is a great race car driver, as is his daughter Katie Bug, who's just in her rookie season here at NCQMA. But the kids are coming out on the track to congratulate their friends and their fellow competitors.
our points have been calculated, and they were, surprisingly, correct. The Excel spreadsheet did not mess up our calculations as I did think. So, picking up the local championship here in the junior animal division will be Gavin Boschel. He rounds out the season with 414 total points. Finishing in second is Tyler Conover. Conover ends up with 408 points, so he was close. Just needed, as you look at Conover's points, he has a couple of third-place finishes. I think if he would have been able to translate one of those into a win, he might have had a better shot at winning this championship. Finishing third, Delana Hodge. She rounds out the season with 402 points, and especially if you look at Hodge's finishes, her worst finish all year was second place.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
The same for Boschel in terms of the races that actually count. I did delete the races that don't count off of the spreadsheet, so I'm not sure as to where he finished in other races. But for both Boschel and Hodge, the races that have actually counted, their worst finish, second place.
Wow.
However, Hodge finished second 6 races in a row. So if she would have just been able to translate a couple of those into wins, she might have been your champion at the end of the year. When you look at Conover, the only reason he beats out Hodge in the end is Hodge only picked up 1 win. Conover picked up 5 total wins. So even though he didn't have a second-place finish to count for him the entire season, he's able to pick up more wins, thus more points, and edge out Hodge by only 5 points in the championship. And then finishing in 4th in the championship will be Luke Riffle. Luke had a bad run of finishes near the middle of the season with a ton of fourth place finishes. And when you look at all of your other competitors and their worst finishes that are counting for points are third, 4th isn't overly a bad position, but it's just simply not going to cut it. And it did not cut it for Luke. So congratulations. Gavin Boschel had the championship locked up heading into this weekend, isn't able to finish the season out with a win, ends up dropping this last race of the year, but he does maintain the championship.
So that was a well-earned championship for Mr. Boschel. He, as you say, he's been very consistent, as has most of these drivers throughout the season. It's hard to win these races, even a regular race. It's hard to win, and when they do, I'm sure they get pretty excited. But they are over now, receiving their cups and having the pictures taken for the track. And our next, as you said, our next event will be the senior animal. There's only 4 cars are going to be taking the green in that race. It'll be on the pole will be Hunter Hutchins, and alongside of him will be Christopher Opplinger. In the second row will be Levi Riffle in the inside and Nick Loden on the outside. And you had alluded to some of the scenarios for, I think you said basically Levi needs to win this race to win the championship this year.
If Levi does not win this race, Gage will pick up the championship. Gage up in Columbus running the indoor series. So that is definitely a relief for Levi, as he doesn't have to contend with Gage as has been for almost the entire year. So Levi, all he has to do is beat out the other 3 drivers, which is not going to be an easy task, especially when you throw Nick Loden into the scenario. We talked earlier about Nick Loden being a possible spoiler in this championship battle, and that may definitely come and happen today because Loden had the fastest car in qualifying. He's starting 4th. So if Loden goes up and wins this cup race, he's going to win the cup race, but he's also going to lose Levi a championship if he picks up the win. So Levi's definitely hoping that he can keep Nick behind him, because if you just simply look at our qualifying results, our other drivers, Hunter Hutchins, Christopher Opplinger, they're fast. They've been fast all year. But Levi and Nick were really the class of the field earlier today in our qualifying. So they're the 2 that you're going to want to look at as they have to go through the drivers in the back of the field. But what Levi really has to do, he has to get a good start, get by Hunter as quickly as he can, because Nick is starting in the dreaded 4th place outside row position. So if he can get by Hunter, it will be harder for Nick to get through lap traffic. And thus, he may have a better shot at picking up the championship. So Levi's really going to have to be blistering fast on the start. And I believe that is truly his best shot at finishing the season with the championship. Kind of like the NASCAR chase format here, Levi has to win it to be the championship. to win this championship. So we'll see what Levi's able to do and see if he's able to pick up the win as well as this year's championship.
So the junior animal post-race celebration, I haven't seen any pushing and shoving in the on down pit road. I haven't seen the pit crews come out and jump on somebody's car. So at least the first Cup race we got through today without any incidents. Now we're going to see the senior animals come out with their 4-car field. And again, you mentioned the Riffle and Loden. Those two names are synonymous with winning here at NCQMA.
Definitely.
And Opplinger, both Christopher and his brother Justin, they're both nationally noticed names in quarter midget racing, so he's definitely going to be a factor in this race. And
Christopher is this year's senior Honda national champ.
And coming in with nothing really to lose as far as he's not going for a championship.
That's right.
He's liable to maybe take a little bit more chances than you would normally, and he's certainly not going to back out of the way. He's not going to back down and let these guys get around him. So
that's really the case for every driver out here, except for Levi, because Levi has to win to be the champion.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter Hutchins does not have enough races so far this year to run for a championship. He would only have 6 races under his belt, not eligible for a championship. If you look at Christopher Opplinger, he doesn't have enough races under his belt, not eligible for a championship. Same with Nick Loden. So the only one out here running for championship points is Levi Riffle. So he's out here with a bunch of drivers, nothing to lose, and he has everything to lose. So this will be definitely a very interesting race to see how Levi can handle all these non-championship contenders and running around them with him being the only championship contender out on the speedway.
And you wonder, too, if Levi is even aware of the scenario. I don't know. He's very relaxed today. You see him walking around the track and helping everyone push their cars around. So I don't think he's a kind of individual who dwells on what's happening. I believe he's pretty level-headed and understands that his job is just to go out and drive the race car. And I know that his parents are probably a bundle of nerves, knowing, because I'm sure they know the points situation, and maybe they try to keep as much of that away from Levi as they can. But Levi can read. He can go online, look at the points. He knows what his scenario is to win the championship. But he is he's wandering back over to the hot chute to get ready for his senior Animal Cup race. They are clearing the track with the junior animal drivers. They're bringing a cart out for another car to get pulled off the track. So we've had 2 races down. The first race today was all Jacob Borst in the heavy 160, and the race just completed. It was a great battle between Tyler Conover and Gavin Boschel until Boschel tangled with Turner Wine coming out of turn 2 and was relegated to start in the back with only 4 laps to go, and he was able to get around Delana Hodge to have a podium finish. And they're posing at the start-finish line, and one of the drivers looked like Conover. They're putting their cups upside down on their heads,
wearing them like hats.
Yeah, they're having a great time.
Don't drop them, boys.
The fans are waiting for the next race to get started. There's blankets out and there's earmuffs. I guess it's cold down here.
It is rather chilly. Yes, it is.
I got to mention, Sam, that the Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, we're going to broadcast a special edition of Sports Talk from Buffalo Wild Wings in Concord, North Carolina. We're going to be joined in the booth by Jake Ruggles, and his mom has designated a charity to receive the benefits from the show. The restaurant donates 10% of their food sales during the evening to the charity of choice by Miss Ruggles and the Ruggles family. So we'll be down there broadcasting live. We would invite all the drivers from out of town that are in for the Nationals to come out and first of all, enjoy some great food at Buffalo Wild Wings, enjoy some great time together with your fellow competitors, and have a chance to get on the air and give a shout-out to your families back in Michigan or Connecticut or wherever you come from, because we want to make you feel really welcome when you come to the Carolina Fall Nationals. It's a big event for the club. It's a time that a lot of good drivers from around the country come in here, and I'm telling you see some really great racing. And Sam, you've driven in the national races here, and you know how challenging and how difficult and how competitive these races are, because those people that come in from out of town are what I would call the big guns, and when they show up with their trailer and their cars, they didn't come here just to eat turkey dinner with us. They came here to take our trophies home. And I know that one of the drivers that's coming down this year that I have a lot of respect for is Carson Hosevar up from Kalamazoo, Michigan. He'll be down here driving, I think, 4 cars maybe in the Fall Nationals.
Actually, going to take a little deviated to speak about Carson Hosevar. Carson is running out at the Orange County, Carolina National Speedway in a Honda HPD midget this weekend.
Wow. He has a great history of racing at a very young age, and I think he has a great future ahead of him, whatever path he may take in racing, because he is a great young man. I've enjoyed over the last couple of years when he's here in town racing to have a word with him, and he's very, very, just a very nice young man. And it's going to be fun to watch him race. There'll be some other racers coming in from up in Connecticut at the Little T Raceway, Little Thompson Speedway, and they're going to have a handful of drivers from that speedway. They're going to have some coming in from Nashville area up in Kentucky. So it's going to be a great Thanksgiving week, and starting on Friday that week, the action will become hot and heavy all of a sudden when they do the heat races down here, and they'll have the A-mains on Saturday. So hopefully the weather will cooperate. This cold front, maybe it'll get out of here, and it'll be a lot warmer. But at that time of the year, the weather in North Carolina can be anywhere on the spectrum. It can be from a 75 degree too hot to be outside to 15 or 20 degrees in the evening around here. So they're getting ready for the senior animals to come out, and we have the 4 drivers again being brought in on top of their trailers or their car haulers. Looks like Hunter Hutchins is actually walking beside his car. He'll be the first driver to enter the track, and his dad, David Hutchins, is pulling his cart, followed by Christopher Oplinger with his family tagging along and pushing his cart over to the backstretch, inside of the backstretch on the infield. And Levi Riffle, the next car, in his black cowboy hat and his sunglasses, his Oakley sunglasses, with his mom, Tracy, pushing the cart, with Connor Youngchuck helping out with the duties of getting the car located on the track. And the last car in this field will be in the 4th starting position will be Nick Loden. And Nick Loden is just a great young talent. And again, we can't stress enough what's on the line for Levi Riffle in this race versus what the other 3 have. The other 3 have nothing to lose. They're not going for a battle of points or anything. They're all going for the coveted cup, which is, they're going to be very tough. And Levi has a job in front of him to win this race, which is going to be required, as you said, for him to become the 2014 Senior Animal Weekend Championship winner, which will be awarded at the banquet at Great Wolf Lodge on Saturday, January the 10th, 2015. We will have all the awards presented on that particular day. TriadSportsCoverage.com will be announcing their Driver of the Year and their Rookie of the Year award. Last year we had my co-host here was actually the co-driver of the year.
Are there going to be two drivers?
Now, why would I tell you that? I can't divulge what we've decided. We have a formula we go through that it's more complicated than NASCAR. Okay, and then when it comes down to the end, we throw all those numbers in the trash and we make a decision on who we're going to make Driver of the Year. And as we noted earlier when we first started this last year.
Is there a new chase format for the Driver of the Year this year?
No, we're going to wait till next year for that. But our Driver of the Year and Rookie of the Year are not necessarily drivers that have the most wins, although it may be, but that's not the number one criteria is not winning races. We're looking for an all-around individual who represents the sport in a positive manner. And they also give good interviews. They're nice to the competitors. It's just an overall driver that you would like to have on your team. If you were going to start a race team, these are the kind of drivers we're going to be awarding these Driver of the Year and Rookie of the Years. And those awards are sponsored this year by the Richard Childress Racing Museum and Gift Shop. We say we appreciate those folks getting involved and helping us provide those awards to those two drivers that we'll be announcing at the banquet on January 10th.
Who picked up Driver of the Week this week?
We didn't have one because we had no races. The races were rained out. And the only races we had were the Rookie Extravaganza, and we gave out Rookie Awards 2 weeks ago. So we did not have a Driver of the Week. We'll have a Driver of the Week from today's activity, and we will present that maybe during the Fall Nationals. Maybe if they're at our radio show, we'll award them at that time. So they have gotten the 4 drivers introduced. The cameras are clicking. The pictures are going to be taken with the driver standing in front of his car. One of the most difficult things, and I found this out yesterday, we were doing a photo shoot at a school with the athletic teams, and a simple request to a group of kids is look this way, and you have 15 basketball players looking 15 different directions. So instead of taking 2 or 3 pictures, we had to take 10 to get everybody's eyes open and get them all looking. And you notice we line them up here on the backstretch, and we have them look toward the camera to get a picture of all the cars in the field. So and I've seen those are nice pictures to have all the drivers lined up in front of the cars. And I think the more you do for these big races, I think it helps the drivers. It kind of builds their confidence up, and they know that we're all watching and we're all looking for a great race. So the Riffles are getting Levi buckled in. Andy and Stephanie Loden are getting Nick buckled in. And looks like Heather and Dale are getting the helmet put on Mr. Oplinger. Christopher, he's getting his uniform, his arms, sleeves pulled up right. And then we got David Hutchins is putting the Hans device on Hunter, and we'll be putting him in the car. And we should be underway fairly quickly here with the Senior Animal Cup race, and it will be a 35-lap event, I believe. Again, we want to pass along our appreciation to Flash Products for coming on board the website this racing season and being the official sponsor of our racing broadcast. This will be our final broadcast of the season, and we want to say that we appreciate all of those out in the listening area that have tuned in and either listened live or gone back and replayed them over after the races. We've enjoyed bringing the action, and I really enjoyed listening to Sam Hatfield call the races. We don't have a pit reporter today. We usually have someone up here helping Sam, and then we go out in the pits. But with everything that's going on in racing and the weather, the there's not as many people here today as they normally would be, but the ones that are here, we're going to give it our best effort, and we're going to give you a good broadcast. And you've already heard Sam call 2 races today, and sometimes I'll go back and listen to some of them, Sam, when I'm sitting at home with nothing to do, and I really get carried away listening to you do those lap by lap analysis of what's going on, and it's really you can almost envision the cars going around the track listening to how you're calling the races, and I want to say that I appreciate you stepping up this year and just doing a great job, and also offering some expertise of what we're trying to say, because you know the races, and heck, all these cars you've driven. I suppose a lot of these classic cars, you know what they're capable of, and you've won a lot, and hopefully next season we can come back and do this again. We certainly intend to try to broadcast again next year down here, and you're certainly invited to come back and be the voice of the NCQMA, unless you get a ride with a Cup car or a Nationwide or Xfinity car, I guess it's going to be called next year. So who's your pick to win the Sprint Cup?
I've got to go with Kevin Harvick. He's been consistently fast all season, and that car is just—it's hard to beat. I think he'll pick up the championship. I'd like to see Newman get it, but that car it hasn't been quick enough all year, and really he's only there because of the chase system. If it weren't for this new chase system, he first off wouldn't have been in the chase, but he also wouldn't have made it so far. So I think that just looking at performance, I think Newman only has 1 or 2 top 10s all year. So it's really hard for me to say he can go out and win that championship, because for 35 races in the NASCAR season so far that we've had, he hasn't proven to run like a champion. As to where I think the only 2 drivers that really have the best shot at the championship are Kevin Harvick and Joey Logano, because every race this year they've run like champions, and they've won races like champions. Joey Logano, Ryan Newman, Denny Hamlin, and Ryan Newman. Denny won a race. Newman hasn't. They haven't been championship form all year, so I can't really see them being able to step up and pick up the championship.
Well, just to be argumentative, I'm going to say that for selfish reasons, I want Ryan Newman to win. And I agree that he has not won a race, but there's something to be said about consistency. And he's always finishing up in the top 10. He's not had any DNFs. He's not had any real bad races. And I know that to win a championship, you should have at least have won a race. So, and I agree with your assessment that neither his car nor Denny Hamlin's have really run at championship caliber all year. For Harvick, from the opening race, he leads almost every race. He wins poles, and he's got great equipment. I mean, he's had the fastest car so many weeks, but also the Penske cars with Logano and now Keselowski, who's out of the chase now, but those cars are very competitive. So it could come down to Logano and Harvick on the last lap of the race.
It could. And Newman has been consistent all year. Consistent top 10, top 15 finishes that he's had have, due to all the problems other chasers have been having, been enough for him to be able to squeeze into this round. His best chase finish was 11th last week at Phoenix. Mm-hmm. So he's just consistently not wrecked. But because of the winner-take-all format you get at Homestead, both him and Hamlin's best finish is 5th last week at Phoenix. That consistency won't help them in this final round, because they don't have 3 races to win a championship. Yeah. They have 1. And if you can't go out and run up front like neither of those drivers have been able to do all season, that consistency is not going to help you once you get to the final round. It's really just going to help you get to the final round like it did.
And also, it's going to depend on, anything can happen in a race, and these guys that we think are going to win can be taken out. If any kind of incident in front of them can ruin their championship.
Exactly the reason I don't like the chase personally, especially this new format. But that's a debate for another downtime, because we've got a race about to happen. One to go this time by. Hutchins, Opplinger, Riffle, and Loden's your lineup. Green flag in the air and look at
Riffle takes the lead
at
the start-finish line.
He dives and makes it 3 wide down the front straightaway. Riffle's going to slide right up into the lead. He did what I thought he was going to do. First lap, dives to the lead. He did what he has to do. He's now your leader currently, as if the race were to end right now, he would be your champion. Riffle, he's pulled out to about a half a straightaway advantage over your second place Hunter Hutchins. However, Christopher Opplander wants to change hands. Second place, he's going to look low under Hutchins down the front straightaway. Gets the job done. Nick Loden's going to slide under him. Nick Loden had a rough start getting stuck on the very edge of that 3-4 wide battle. He just had to jump out of the throttle to avoid getting put in the wall, so that was a tough break for Loden there on the start. So now the battle for second. Christopher Opplander runs in second, Loden in third, but if you look at Levi Riffle, he currently has a straightaway advantage over second place. 25 laps left to go as we cross the line this time by.
He was on 2 wheels, Levi was. Came out of turn 4 up against the wall, and his left wheels came off the ground. So you could tell he's really wanting to win this race.
Levi definitely trying to keep that car fast because a win is a championship for Levi. So it's all or nothing this weekend. The season that started on the 29th of March, but really didn't start till April because of rain, a problem that has plagued 4 of our 15 events this season. Levi is really bringing that championship down to the 1 race.
It's like Loden got around Opplinger now. He's in second place, but he's still a straightaway behind the Riffle car. Now we have a spin out. That's going to wipe out Riffle's straightaway lead with 18 laps to go. Opplinger spins out right at the start-finish line.
Tough luck for Riffle there. Riffle had a straightaway advantage. Now he's going to have a very hungry, very fast Nick Loden right on his bumper with 18 laps to go. Levi, he has to beat Nick. Levi has no other option to win, or else this championship goes to Gage Painter, who is up in Columbus Indoors this weekend. So there's no other option for Levi other than to keep Nick behind him. So let's see what he can do, because it looked like Nick was kind of closing that gap up on Levi after he got by Opplinger. And Levi had a straightaway lead. Yellow flag, wipes that out. Tough break for Levi. But he has 19 laps that he has to keep him behind him. So let's see if he's able to do that or not, because that's definitely a tall order when you've got a driver that seems to be a little faster and that is as good as Nick Loden behind you. So we're going to get the 1 to go here with 19 laps. Riffle, Loden, Hutchins, Opplinger, your lineup. Green flag back out in the air. Loden's able to stay right on Levi's bumper. He's going to try to look low down the back straightaway, jumps back in line, thinks better of it. Now Nick Loden, he's going to look low down the front straightaway. Loden's your leader. Riffle can't get the crossover move done. Loden's pulled out to about a half a car length advantage over Levi. Levi's can't give up that ground, but yellow flag. Hunter Hutchins gets a little nudge from Christopher Opplinger down the back straightaway. That's going to bring out a yellow flag with 17 laps left to go. Hunter, frustrated, hands up in the air. Definitely frustrated with Opplinger. That was obviously unintentional contact. It looked like Opplinger just has a quicker car than Hutchins and might have just misjudged some closing room there. Tapped the back of that machine unintentionally a little bit there, causing the one of Hutchins to go for the spin cycle down the back straightaway.
So that's going to set up another restart with 17, I believe, laps to go on the board. It says with Nick Loden now in front of Levi Riffle. We'll see what Riffle can do from starting right on Loden's bumper. Loden was able to dive below Riffle on in turn 1 and 2 and take that lead before that caution came out. So Loden will be on point with Levi running second, and Hunter Hutchins, and then Christopher Opplinger, and we got 1 to go.
We come to the green flag, turn number 3. Green flag back out in the air. Riffle able to stay right on Loden's bumper on the restart. Looked like he was still right on his bumper. He's going to try to look low down the front straightaway. Can't quite pull that machine out of line. However, Riffle racing with everything he has right on Loden's bumper with 15 laps left to go. Riffle knows what this win means. It doesn't only win a cup, it also wins. A win also means a season-long championship. However, Riffle's car now beginning to pull up on the 2 wheels through the corner. He's just losing a little bit of ground to Loden. However, he's able to stay right on his bumper down the front straightaway. However, it looked like Levi got a little loose out of a corner there. He falls to about a half a car length behind it. Oh, Levi hits the wall down the back straightaway, high up onto two wheels, loses about 5 car lengths. That may be the championship there, getting up on 2 wheels and hitting the wall down the back straightaway. Riffle now about 10 car lengths behind Nick Loden, who's currently in the lead. He needs somebody to spin, or else his championship hopes slipping through his fingers lap by lap. 6 laps left to go. As it runs right now, Gage Painter, who is in Columbus. Oh, yellow flag. Riffle spins out of turn number 4. Tough luck for Levi there with 5 laps to go. He's going to have to go to the back of the pack, and he's going to have to drive like a madman if he wants to get back up into the lead. That car was biking. It definitely wasn't handling the way Levi wanted it to. So let's see if they bring that car into pits or not for some adjustments, because I would think they would, because really it's all or nothing for Levi here. He has 6 laps and he has 3 cars to pass, or else he won't be the champion this year. It looks like he's taking and keeping that car out on the speedway. So Levi, he's got to get by 3 cars. He has 6 laps to do so, or else this setup, which obviously is not to Levi's liking after hitting the wall, will come back to bite him hugely. It'll be a mega bite for him.
He's driven quite a few laps on 2 tires.
Yes,
he's really wheeling that car, and it's coming up off the ground on the left side. And on previous lap before the caution, he came up and hit the wall on the backstretch. Now they're getting ready to restart with 6 to go.
Green flag back out in the air. Riffle, he's going to dive low under Hutchins down the back straightaway. Scratch that. No, he isn't. Riffle's still mired in the back of the pack. Battle for the lead. Nick Loden, he has about a half a car length advantage over Christopher Oppling, running in second. Hutchins in third. Riffle still stuck back in fourth. Laps winding away. 3 to go this time by. Riffle's going to look low down the front straightaway. Makes contact with Hunter Hutchins. Pulls the pass. Third and final podium position. 2 laps left to go. Battle for the lead now underway. Nick Loden, he's your leader. Christopher Opplinger about a car length back. It doesn't look like Opplinger is going to be able to do anything out of turn number 4. Give the win to Nick Loden. Second place to Christopher Opplinger, and third place to Levi Riffle. Riffle was unable to show up and win the race. Thus, you can give the Senior Animal Championship to Gage Painter, who was absent for this race up in Columbus indoors.
As you noted, Levi's car certainly wasn't set up to his liking. If he would have run 35 laps with 4 tires on the ground, he might have had a little bit better chance of overtaking the field. But he just couldn't get the car to stay on the ground, and I'm sure he's a little bit disappointed knowing what was at stake. But congratulations to Mr. Loden, who just came out here and showed him how to do it, and started in 4th position. So he came from the rear of the field and actually picks up the Cup win, with 2nd place going to Christopher Opplinger, and Levi Riffle has climbed out of his car. He's not really. I think he's realizing now that he's.
Hold on here.
Uh-oh. Now we're going to change something on the points.
We have a tie between Levi Riffle
and Gage
Painter. So now our tiebreaker is how many wins. So if we look at wins, Levi has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins. Gage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins. So now we go to 2nd place positions. So 2nd places. Gage 1, 2 2nd places. Levi 1, 2 2nd places.
They're tied 3 all the way down the ladder.
We have a deadlock tie.
So what do we do, Mr. Hatfield? We flip a coin?
We go, I believe, to heat race finishes. So I'm not sure what the tiebreaker is. I'm going to run in, ask the tower what the tiebreaker is, see if we can just figure out the tiebreaker or if we can't. But it looks like you're
saying there's a dead heat
tie
for the 1st and 2nd place finishers in the Senior Animal.
Yes, because looking at drops, they each have 7 races. They each has 5 wins in those 7 races. And they each have 2 2nd place finishes. So I'm not sure what our deadlock tiebreaker is. So I'm going to run in the tower and ask. I believe as of now we may have our senior animal division with 2 deadlock ties this season. So I'm going to run in
Wow.
the tower, see what that tiebreaker might be.
So Mr. Hatfield is going to go into the scoring tower and see if he can get some clarification on what is going to transpire as far as awarding the championship to whomever, by rule, how they're going to do that with the Gage Painter and Levi Riffle. Looks like they ended up tied with points, tied with number of wins, and tied with number of second places. So this is going to be interesting. But that shows you the competitive nature of what's going on here at the NCQMA. Levi Riffle is one of the top drivers at the track here. He's just a great gentleman. He's helped us out doing some broadcasting. Very well spoken young man, and when you spin out and you lose a race like that, I'm sure Levi's a little bit disappointed right now. But he's the kind of young person that will get over it. It's not gonna dampen his spirits for his next race. He'll be out there racing just as hard. Looks like his family is surrounding him, and looks like his grandpa is giving him a hug and giving him some encouragement. And it's tough when they really think they've got a real good chance, and sometimes things just happen on the track that you're just not going to win that race, and it's unfortunate for Levi, but we certainly want to say congratulations to Levi on a great season, regardless of how this comes out. He certainly had a great year, and of course Nick Loden had an outstanding race today, winning that cup from starting shotgun on the field. So there will be having a brief ceremony to award the cups to the top 3 finishers of the senior animal race. Mr. Hatfield's got his blanket. He's got. I'm surprised you didn't bring a heater out here, Sam.
I don't have an outdoor heater.
Okay. Were you able to find out anything in the tower?
We have a deadlock tie, so it goes to your average heat race points. You get passing points and points for each finishing position in the heat races. So, assuming that our calculations are correct, which I do believe they are, they'll have to go after the races are over, pull all of the folders, and figure out who has the highest average heat race finishing position. And that should break the deadlock. If that average heat race points do not break the deadlock, then we will once again have co-champions. So, as to who the senior animal champion is, it'll be Gage Painter or Levi Riffle. Once we do have official word of that, it should be in an article somewhere on triadsportscoverage.com. But as of now, we do not know who that person will be.
So, Mr. Painter, if you're up in Columbus and you may be tuning in, you may have a championship in your pocket, or you may not, until we get all the tiebreakers resolved and see how those two compare.
Once again, this is unofficial. We may have something change in our points. We may not. We'll have to wait and see. But I believe that it will go to a deadlock tiebreaker, and that will be decided after the races are over as to who is actually our champion.
That's going to be an interesting scenario when they play it all out and see if it comes. And that's really remarkable that you can race all year, and you come down to the last race of the season, and the 3 tiebreakers are tied all the way down to number of second place finishes. So someone will go through the heat races that we've had this year, and that further points out the importance of when you have a heat race, and you really want to start near the back if you got a good car, because you're going to get points by passing the 4 or 5 cars in front of you.
Yeah, so that'll be definitely be interesting to see how that plays out. You would think there could be another way to figure that out, but ultimately you don't want to count drop races because they're drops for a reason. So you can't have a tie. Someone is going to be eventually better than the other person. So that definitely would be the best way. It has to be the best way to figure it out because you don't want to include drop races, but someone's better than the other person when you have qualifying. So we're going to have to go figure that out and then see who ends up picking up the championship in the long run. But deadlock tie, senior annual. You go through all these many months of racing. You come to the last race. If Levi wins, he picks up the championship. Instead, it goes to a deadlock. He might win, he might not win, but it would have been a lot easier for everyone, himself included, to pick up this win, as he would have won the championship by 3 points in that situation.
So we'll wait till the official numbers are tabulated, and I'm sure sometime early this week I'll find out from the tower director just how it all came out, and we will make an announcement on tradsportscoverage.com, and those announcements will also be published on the NCQMA.com website. So if you stay tuned and check those websites, you hopefully by the middle of the week we should know which driver won that. So really you'll have a one of them will be first and one will be second.
Yes.
And the person that finished second in the points will really be third, because you got to take the first two and be 1 and 2. So, okay. So it's going to be interesting to see that how these numbers come out. I know it's probably going to be a little nail biting time for the Riffle household, not knowing exactly
how it's
going to turn out. But they are finishing up the photo opportunities.
This is definitely back to this championship. If you look at this season, we had 4 rainouts, which meant only 7 races could count for points. So if you don't have some of these rainouts, some of these championships might be decided already heading into this weekend. And also, some of these championships might not go down to tiebreakers. You have one less rainout, something else could happen. So these rainouts definitely impacted the championship in, I would say, a negative way. Unless you're Gage or Levi, whichever one wins says, "Yay, rainouts."
Yeah.
The other one that doesn't says, "Oh."
But it was a bad year for weather. I mean, we had out of 15 scheduled races, 7 of them were rained out, right? Four of them rained out, and they took those 4 and counted those 4 as drops. Plus, they only take 7 of the 11 for points calculation. So, like you said, some people may like the fact that they only had X number of races, but something this close, obviously you would have liked to have had more opportunities to maybe separate yourself from the second place driver, and it just didn't happen. And we all know how good a driver Gage Painter is, and either one of those 2 drivers certainly deserve to be season champion. They're both great drivers and great young men, and unfortunately in everything in life there's always a winner and a non-winner. I wouldn't say that the second place guy is a loser. He's just a non-winner because of what they put in this season and how competitive they've been. I think it's definitely it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. They are cleaning the track up, getting the families situated off the track with their cars. The photos, I think, have all been taken. And they have the next lineup of drivers in the hot chute waiting to take the track. It's actually a 7-car field of red rookies. And that's going to be... red rookies, as we mentioned, are the least experienced drivers down here. They have the least time on the track. This is most of them's very first year of racing in the quarter midget racing series, and they're going to put 7 cars, according to the lineup. They're going to put 7 cars on the track for their A main. So we'll see how that plays out. Aiden Garcia will be starting on the pole, and alongside of Aiden will be Troy Birchoff. And starting third is Alex Reeling, with Ethan Burdett starting fourth. And Riley Gleason will be starting fifth. And Graham DeJarnett will start sixth. And Colton Barsness will be starting seventh. And I think all of those drivers, if not all of them, I'm pretty sure most of them, have signed up to race in the Fall Nationals. So they're going to, this will be their last time to get their cars tuned up for the big race coming up in the latter part of November. We have quite a field of rookie drivers signed up for the Fall Nationals, and that's going to be a great experience for those drivers. They're going to get out there with some other good drivers that come in, and they're going to learn a lot at the Fall Nationals. And for a lot of them, it'll be their swan song for being a red rookie. They'll jump up in the blue rookie next year to start the season. And I was talking to one of the blue rookie drivers' parents this morning, and they've already got their car built for next year. And they're going to jump up into, I think, a junior animal is what they're going to drive next year. But they've used this year as a training ground, and you can tell by looking at some of these rookie races. You can pick out the drivers that you think will make.
They're sending Chase. He clonked his head when he flipped.
We just had a report that Chase Anderson, who flipped his car, must have some signs of maybe a concussion. They're going to take him for further observation, I believe, at a local hospital, just to get him checked out to make sure that he's okay. I hear a very familiar voice on the PA system.
That would be my mother on the PA system.
She's got a great voice. I like hearing her announce or introduce the drivers. So they are bringing the red rookies on the track one at a time, trying to get them out of the hot chute. They're very careful about making sure these drivers are safely secured in the car with all the restraints that they are required to have in a USAC race. They do a great job here of protecting these drivers. I had more than one parent tell me just how pleased they were about the safety of this type of racing. A lot of these rookie families, once they became familiar with quarter midget racing and saw what safety requirements are and saw how these cars are built, they feel much more at ease knowing that every possible safety feature has been built into these cars, and they're required to be inspected before they go on the track by a safety director here at the track. So it's all about safety first, and make sure these kids are in not out of harm's way during these races. The red rookies, as we mentioned, are the beginning class of racers in the NCQMA and all quarter midget racing. And we've got 6 out of the 7 cars, looks like, on the track. We got the final cars coming up. That would be number 3, is it? Number 2, Troy Birchoff. So now we have 7 cars circling the track for their warm-ups, and they will eventually line them up in double file to get this 20-lap race underway. And these rookie races are really some of the best racing I've seen this year has been some of these rookie races. And I know they're not going as fast as the other cars, but they're all going to, pretty close to the same speed on the track, and they really do some great racing. They do a lot of good passing, and looks like these 7 cars are pretty well spread out with the practice. Now they've thrown the caution flag to begin the lineup for the A main. They'll put them in double file 1 through 7. We do not have, I guess we do have our corner workers all in place. Actually, the rookie director, Mr. Ronnie Sipka, is a corner worker in turn 3.
If you are wondering why we haven't talked about points for the rookies yet, they do not have points. Learning division, no points at stake.
So Mr. Sipka trying to slow down the pole sitter so the other competitors can catch up to him to line up in numerical sequence in a double file. Birchoff is making his way around a few cars to get up to the outside pole position. They'll line him up single file first to get him in numerical order. And Birchoff tried to go below Alex Railing, and they stopped in turn 2. And while they were stopped, Graham DeJarnett came around turn 1 and made some contact. So it was now they've thrown the red flag out to get all these vehicles separated.
Once again, this is our newest. These are the newest drivers to this division of racing, so it is new. And I see Troy Klein out on track. And that reminds me that I think that Nick Drake, he did pick up the win in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East. West. He's an ex-quarter midget driver. He won it at Phoenix. They're either showing that race today or tomorrow. Hopefully they're showing it tomorrow, because if they're showing it today, I forgot to record it.
And also another former quarter midget driver, Mr. Ryan Blaney, has made a name for himself in the top 3 circuits, and he's I think he finished second to Matt Crafton last night for the season championship in the Camping World Truck Series. And
I wouldn't know that. I was watching the race with my eyes closed last night.
Well, I was actually doing some work on the computer, but I was keeping one eye on the race and one eye on the computer because I've had the opportunity to talk to Ryan Blaney a couple of times, and he's such a great young man and such a talent behind the wheel of any kind of race car he gets behind. So it was fun to watch him race. Now, they do have the red rookies. They've got one car off the track. Looks like number 2, Troy Birchoff, has been taken behind the wall for some repair from that body contact. And Coach, Mr. Sipka is giving some verbal instructions to these young drivers and their handlers to stay in line, stay in the right proper order, and then double up when the flag man gives the signal for double file. Hopefully Birchoff can get his car repaired in the 5-lap period. And sometimes they don't enforce the rules as strictly in a rookie race, because the whole point is to get these kids track time, and being real stringent with the rules sometimes can hinder a kid's progression in racing. So they may just let these kids circle until they have not given a 5 to go. Now he's asking for double file, so number 3 will now become the outside pole driver. Or number 4 will come up. Number 3 will stay behind the leader. So 4 should be in number 2 spot. 6 will be in the 3rd slot, 2nd row. And they've moved the inside row up. They usually just take the rows and...
I believe the rookie drivers might have messed this up a little bit.
Yeah, they got 1, 3, 5, 4. I think it should be 1. I think 3 should be on the bumper, number 1. Well, we got another...
No, 3 would be on the outside of number 1, and then we had another incident.
And Birchoff made it back onto the track, so he will be able to compete in this 20-lap A main for the red rookies. And I'll tell you, Sam, it's going to be doubly difficult. I think there's 3 solid black race cars in this race, and unless you got a scoring sheet in front of you, it's going to be hard to tell who is driving which car.
Luckily I do.
Yeah, and Mr. Birchoff has a bright yellow car, so we know who he is. And
I believe that paint has been changed since the last race, which that really messes with me as an announcer, because when these red rookie drivers, they're new, I already don't know them. And then when you go change your paint color, I don't know. I can't remember even more. It's tough. It's tough with these rookies as you're just beginning to learn their names.
So the 7 cars are back on the track, circling at caution speed. Mr. Sipka giving some more instructions, some sign language to the drivers. The good sign language, by the way, of where the drivers should be lining up. So these drivers are...
there are no birds here
in
terms of sign language.
Mr. Sipka is right out amongst the cars trying to get them in the right direction, get them in the right lineup. Birchoff, who will have to go to the rear of the field since he went off the track before the green flag started the race. So he'll come back up in the tail end of the field. Now they're double fouling with number 3 on the outside of number 1. Number 5 is falling behind he's behind number 3 right now. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be on the inside or outside. They're going to put number 4 up there behind number 1.
So it looks like we're slowly getting the correct lineup here.
And number 7 and number 6. So we know number 2's got to start tail end because he went off the track. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 2 is how they will start. And the flag man gives them 1 to go at the start-finish line. They must come back around and not accelerate until they hit the yellow line at the beginning of turn 3. And they have thrown the caution out because the field got separated. One of the challenges these rookie drivers have is unless all 7 of these drivers hit the throttle at the same time, there's going to be some spread out of the field, and the starter's going to wave off the start because you want them to all have a fair shot at getting to the front. So you want them all to be as close together as possible without running over each other. But again, these are first-year drivers, and these are things that only time on the track is going to help expedite this process. They're all learning this as they go, and they do a remarkable job. Like I said earlier, some of the best races I've watched this year have been rookie races. They put on a great show, and now they've got them back in somewhat double file. Looks like number 7 is going to get into his starting slot on the outside of the 3rd row. I think if he slowed down just in time, they're going to throw the 1 to go signal again at him, and if they remain that bunched up, it'll be great, but we'll see how it goes. The front row comes around turn 1. They're still bunched together. They're down to turn 3. They should get a good green flag on this restart. They took the corner all in tow, so the green flag is waving.
So green flag out in the air. Garcia, he was able to get the jump on the start. However, Reeling dives onto Garcia down the back straightaway. Slide Reeling up into second. Now Garcia under attack from Riley Gleason. Gleason's going to look to try to get by Garcia. She obviously had a little quicker car. Gleason tries to look low down the back straightaway. They make contact.
We got a car going the wrong direction. Number 1, Aiden Garcia did a 180, and the handlers quickly come out and direct the traffic away from the stopped car. And the handler, who is right in the line of fire if they come across the high line. So the other corner worker came out and made sure the driver saw the stopped car and moved them to the low line, and they made it around with no contact. The number 1 car will go to the back of the field since he stopped on the track. So number 3 will maintain the lead with 18 laps to go.
Once
so
again,
number 1 has stalled his car on turn 4, but he will be at the rear of the field. And they have not thrown the red yet, so they're going to get number 1 fired back up and see if he can fall in at the back of the field. Currently, it's got number 3 leading the race, Alex Reeling, and number 2, Riley or Troy Birchoff. Is he actually second place, Sam? He started at the back of the field.
I don't think so.
I think he's going to probably be shuffled back to a different position because he did start shotgun on the field. I didn't see him pass 5 cars to get to second, but
within 2 laps.
with,
I don't think
less than 1 whole lap or less than 2 laps of green flag. Okay, there, Ronnie Sipka's trying to get him in the proper alignment, but they pointed to number. Looks like they pointed to number 2 or number 6 to go to the rear of the field. The flagman.
probably number 2.
And then he let him go by on this particular lap. Did not make it. Now he's asking number 1 to get up to the tail end of the field. They're still trying to put them in the right order. Now we got a car. Oh, whoa! Turn! I'm sorry, folks. There was 2 cars that were heading straight for the wall, trying to argue over the same space. And they did not collide, so no harm. They just made a nice left turn and went on down the front stretch. Now number 4 is Burdett is trying to get his position back according to the starting lineup. He's passing a couple cars. Mr. Sipka is pouring in to get in front of number 7 and then behind number 6. So the way it's lined up right now, we have Reiling on the pole, leading the field back to the green on the restart. And we have Birchoff in the second position. Graham DeJarnett starting 3rd. And Ethan Burdett will be starting 4th. And in the final 3 cars, Colton Barsness is starting in the 5th position with Riley Gleason and Aiden Garcia. The final 2 cars in the 7-car restart. Single file restart.
I believe we might have some night racing tonight. This is only our 4th out of 11 events today, and it's already 4 o'clock. It gets dark at 5.
It's going to be darker and colder in a hurry.
Yes, it will. You can see the sun in turns 3 and 4 now. That's always something tough as a driver when you head into 3 and 4 when the sun's going down. You never run early enough in the morning for the sun to bother you when it's going up. But when it's going down, it can really bother you. Green flag is back out in the air. The 3-car of that would be Alex Reeling. He's able to get a good jump on the start there. The 2-car of Troy Birchoff must have passed this bunch of cars in those couple laps. He's in 2nd. That would be Graham DeJarnett running back in 3rd, so that is your top 3. Running 4th would be Ethan Burdett. Running 5th would be Colton Barsness. Running 6th, Riley Gleason. And then running in 7th, Aiden Garcia. Your leader, which is the 3-car of Alex Reeling, is catching up to the 1 of Aiden Garcia to put him a lap down.
That 3-car is like shot out of a cannon on this restart. He's already a half a lap ahead of the second-place car.
So within only a couple laps, the 3-car of Alex Reeling is flying through the field, beginning to put them laps down. Reeling has a very quick machine today, as he is now currently trying to put Ethan Burdett 1 lap down on the outside line. That was a
great move right there. Reeling dived down below the 4-car to come out of turn 2 and beat him down the backstretch. So he's negotiating his lap traffic pretty well for a rookie, I think.
Yeah, you would. I think this is only his 1st or maybe 2nd race. I'm not sure if he ran at the Rookie Extravaganza last week, but it's definitely a name I don't recognize. And I don't know if this kid has had racing experience before, but he's flying through this lap traffic like he's been doing it for years. So he's definitely very impressive out there on the speedway.
He's passing him in the right location on the track. He's not putting himself in any danger. He's coming around the front stretch, passing another car, and he gets the inside lane coming out of turn 2.
Reeling only has 1 more car to pass. That would be the 2-car.
And he will have lapped the whole field.
Of Birchoff. And he would have lapped the whole field. It's the 2 to go. Slow. Green flag in the air. 2 to go this time by. The whole field 1 lap down. So
Reeling,
without contact, without even contest,
yeah.
Alex Reeling, he's going to take the white flag. He's a whole lap in front of the field. Give the win to Alex Reeling by an entire lap. He dominates the field, picks up the win.
That was an impressive bit of driving.
Oh, we have a wreck.
Lordy.
That would be, can't quite see the number. That looks like the 5 machine.
Number 5 of Riley Gleason.
smacks the entry ramp there.
Yes.
It looked like the 1 and the 2 got together. As the 1's race was over, the 2 still had another lap to go around the track. So the 1 slowed down, the 2 kept going. He was still racing. And then the 5 made evasive action. It looked like got launched kind of off of one of the back tires and then slammed the curved pit entry wall head on. So the medics are out there attending to Riley.
Yeah, she had a pretty good bit of steam on it, and she was, I guess, maybe her intention was to go down pit road, but she missed the exit, and as you said, she went head on into the retaining wall right at the edge of the pit exit or the track exit.
That is definitely not a fun hit. It takes the breath out of you. I've been in a hit actually very similar to that in a quarter midget where I got shoved into an entry. It was actually I believe it was the front straightaway flagman entry or very close to that in a national race a couple years ago. But it's not fun to hit and stop like she did. Fence post right behind that entry to make sure it doesn't move any.
And it
but
didn't
she
move.
should be all right. These cars are extremely safe. Just definitely get the breath back in you,
Yeah.
and you should be able to walk away. But of course, she's small enough to just be carried off.
Yeah.
Which I'd definitely take that option if I were her.
But they are taking their time evaluating her situation. I'm sure there's nothing real serious. I think she's talking to them, and looks like the workers are walking away from the car. The first responder is there. He's actually pushing the car for him. So
over the loudspeaker, we do hear that drivers have been cleared.
So Alex really is the winner of the 20-lap Red Rookie A main. They will be getting the track set up now for the always competitive Junior Honda event with 8 cars in the Junior Honda field coming up.
Junior Honda Championship battle. No battle in Junior Honda. Luke Riffle, he's locked up the championship. So the real battle is on for our 2nd, 3rd, 4th place positions. And down on, I believe that we will have, we will have 10 drivers qualifying for points in the Junior Honda division. So I'm not quite sure how those other points will stack up, as all we did calculate was the champion. But your Junior Honda Championship has already been decided. Luke Riffle picking up the Junior Honda Championship. So we'll get the official full results to you at the end of the race to see who gets the 2nd, 3rd, and so on positions.
So they've removed all the cars from the track, opening up for the Junior Honda. And I would say, knowing the history of this race, the Junior Hondas, you better buckle your seatbelts pretty tight, because these young drivers, young men and young women, really go after it. So going to look forward to this race with Turner Wyan will be starting on the pole for this 35-lap Junior Honda event. Delana Hodge will start 2nd. Mr. Gavin Boschel will start 3rd. And the 2014 championship-winning driver Luke Riffle will start 4th. Tyler Conover will start 5th. Braden Allen will be in the 6th starting position. And in the last row, Mason DeJarnette on the inside, and Cody Bear Conover, Tyler's younger brother, will be starting in the 8th and final starting position on the grid for the 35-lap A feature here at the NCQMA.
So Junior Honda's up next, but I'd like to take this opportunity, because Junior Honda Championship, we already know who's going to win that championship. But coming up after Junior Honda is your Senior Honda Championship race. In that race, Nick Loden has to win, or else we will have another tie.
Another
tie, it will not. We can do a tiebreaker without heats, because if you go down to that, each driver has 4 wins and 3 second-place finishes. However, Connor Yonchuk, who is running your current leader in the Senior Honda division, has 2/3 as to where Nick only has 1, and they go up to 3rd for tiebreakers. So, if Nick does not win the event, Connor Yonchuk will tie, and it will go to the 3rd tiebreaker to pick the champion. There's 4 tiebreakers available. So that just shows how close the senior Honda race is. That will be out next after our junior Honda event. As stated before, Luke Riffle already picked up that championship.
So they are introducing the senior or junior Honda field. And again, there's another loaded field of talent in this junior Honda race with the Conover brothers. And Luke Riffle, as we said, has already been, according to Mr. Hatfield, has already won the season championship based on the points. I
haven't been wrong yet.
Okay. And, of course, Gavin Boschel, we saw him race earlier today. And he was a force in the junior animal in the cup race.
Crown junior animal champion.
So we're going to have 8 cars on the track at one time. Actually, the next 3 races are 8-car fields. We have a 7-car field waiting for the Blue Rookie race. 1-car field for Light World Formula, 5 cars in the Heavy Honda, and 4 in the Light 160. These 7 and 8-car fields, Sam, it can get pretty interesting when you've got 2 or 3 cars that are quite a bit quicker than other cars, and you start mixing them together. Things can happen in a hurry out here.
Yes, they can.
But we're expecting the great competitive 35 laps from these junior Honda drivers. The sun is still shining very brightly. It is going to go down below the tree line here within probably, 45 minutes maybe?
It is 4 o'clock local time, so it'll probably definitely be behind those trees within 45 minutes and beginning to get dark within an hour. So we'll definitely, at the end of the day, be seeing some night racing. And that, no championships, it looks like, will be decided at night. But those races will definitely get interesting as we get later into the day.
Well, night racing
colder
is
and
always
dark.
Night racing is always fun to watch. It just seems like it adds something to the race.
Yes,
under the bright lights, and just brings something out these drivers that you don't get during the afternoon races.
I mean, I love the season. Other than the cold and how it gets dark so quick, I love this time of year. But I'm not a big fan of it getting dark so quick. It's 5 o'clock. It's dark. And my dogs are on my lap trying to get fed.
Yeah,
and I'm like, you don't eat until after we eat, which is in 2 hours.
I'm not fond.
They're all crazy because it's dark so soon.
Of the early darkness either. It seems like it just takes a lot away from any outside activity because it does get dark so early.
Yes, it definitely does.
Again, we want to say thanks to Flash Products for sponsoring our broadcast from NCQMA this racing season. This will be our last broadcast of the season. We will be back hopefully next year. We're making plans to come back and broadcast with Mr. Hatfield, and hopefully we can be here next year doing most of the races on the air for those folks who can't make it to the track or who have you have family far away. They can tune in and listen to their loved one race. I know sometimes we get messages from people that are listening, and if you got family far away, it's always nice to hear from them that they heard their kid race on the quarter midget track at Salisbury. So they are pushing out the first car for the junior Honda race, and that looks like that was a D. Jarnett that was being pushed off.
It is definitely disappointing that we will be unable to do the Carolina Fall Nationals this year, but if you're still looking for one of these races to come out and watch, come out either Friday or Saturday. You'll see some great racing at the Fall Nationals. Saturday is your feature event day, so if you're just looking to come out one day, I definitely recommend come out Saturday. Information on the schedule of the Carolina Fall Nationals, NCQMA Speedway, or the NCQMA.com. And then there will still be articles on TriadSportsCoverage.com that you can read and get all the info on the Carolina Fall Nationals coming up Thanksgiving weekend, the 10th annual Carolina Fall Nationals.
So the junior Hondas are in the process of turning their warm-up laps to 30-second warm-up. Had Braden Allen and Luke Riffle already racing each other, and it's only the warm-up laps.
That is definitely something I always did not like. When people passed me on their warm-ups, I always just tried to stay behind the car in front of me on their warm-ups, unless that car was just plain flat out ridiculously slower than me. Because getting taken out in warm-ups is the worst feeling in the world, and I believe it was back in 2011. Got taken out in warm-ups, lost a championship because of it.
And you have absolutely nothing to gain in warm-ups. I mean,
exactly.
The field is already set. You have your paper number. You know where you're going to start. So they're getting these junior Hondas lined up for the start. They want a double file immediately, and they're bringing the cars bunched up together with the first two rows are lined up. Now the first three and the final two cars bring up the fourth and final row, and they're going to get the one to go this time by the start-finish line.
Wyand and Hodge going to lead the field down the back straightaway into turn number 4, 35 laps. Green flag out in the air. Wyand's able to get the jump on Hodge. Hodge is going to get stuck to the outside row as Boschel, Conover both follow Wyand. Hodge, however, still trying to fight out on that outside row. If I were Hodge, I'd just jump into the inside row as quickly as I can. There's room behind Conover. However, these cars do not have mirrors. No way to know that. However, she finally does give up on that battle. Slides back into fourth. Starting second, definitely the worst place to start on the speedway, as shown by Hodge there. She slides all the way back to the fourth place running position. Now the battle for the lead. Gavin Boschel is caught up to the back bumper of Turner Wyand. It looked like he was going to try to look low under Wyand. Their back end popped out on him a little bit. Had to dive back in line. However, he's now once again back to the back bumper of Wyand. He's going to look low down the back straightaway. Gets the job. Oh, they make contact. Yellow flag. Boschel goes for the complete 720 spin. He ends up sitting forward once again, but stops on the speedway. It looked like Boschel got contact to the, I believe it was the right rear of the Wyand machine, and that just sent him for, it looked like about a 720 spin, and then he stopped on the speedway. Both Delana Hodge and Luke Riffle also were involved in that. They both tangled up and stopped on the bottom of the speedway. However, I believe that they will be called after the fact and get their running positions back there. But tough luck for Boschel. He was running up, battling for the lead, gets in that incident, has to go back to the back of the pack.
Yeah, Boschel clearly, I think, has a faster car, and I thought he picked a good place to pass Wyand, but, you know, when someone's passing you may not know it, and before you know it, you get your wheels hooked together, and I think you called it a 720 spin because it looked a lot worse than it was, but he was spinning, and luckily he remained with his wheels underneath him instead of flipping over. So they're going to line them back up for a restart, and looks like Mr. Tyler Conover will be leading them to the green this time. Or they're going to put Wyand back in the front, I guess. Number one will go ahead and get his position back.
Wyand didn't stop on the speedway, so he would have no reason to lose his position.
So it'll be Turner Wyand, Tyler Conover, Mason DeJarnette.
I believe that is wrong. I think Hodge should be in front of DeJarnette.
Yeah, Delana Hodge is lined up fourth right now. They're going to move her up to third. So Riffle will go. Luke Riffle drops into fourth. DeJarnette will drop down to fifth. Cody Bear will be sixth. And then we have Brady Allen and Gavin Boschel.
Boschel has 29 laps to get from 8th back up to a good running position. So let's see if he's going to be able to do that. So we're going to get the one to go this time by. Turner Wyand, he's going to lead us down to the green flag with the gingerbread kid, Tyler Conover, in tow. Heading to turn number 3. Green flag back out in the air. Conover, he's going to look like he's going to try to look low down the back straightaway, however, unable to make that pass. So it is Wyand and Conover there, 1-2. Hodge back in third. Hodge looks like she's trying to get the outside run there on Conover. She thinks better of it, jumps back in line. Turner Wyand, definitely a surprise. This seems to be his best race of the season, running up in the first place position with Tyler Conover right behind. Gavin Boschel has made his way back up to the 5th place position, and the lead group hasn't broken away like I thought it would, so he may have a chance to get back up there and fight for the lead again. Delana Hodge looks low under Tyler Conover down the front straightaway, gets the job done.
However, Conover pulls the crossover move, and that's going to allow both Luke Riffle and Gavin Boschel to slide under Hodge, to slide Hodge back to 4th, and slide Hodge back to 5th, Boschel up to 4th. Now Boschel right on the bumper of Luke Riffle. Our lineup is currently Turner Wyans, your leader, Conover in 2nd, Riffle in 3rd, and Boschel in 4th. Riffle's going to look low under Conover, gets the job done. Boschel flies under. Boschel goes up to 2nd. Boschel now up into the 2nd place running position. Conover follows him under Riffle, and then, Hodge makes it 3 wide down the back straightaway. She dives under Conover and Riffle as Riffle ends up making contact with Mason and Jarnett. Riffle loses a ton of ground. Riffle now back in the 7th place running position. As Gavin Boschel has taken the lead during all of that fiasco. Boschel looked like he was able to dive under Wyan down the straightaway there. Boschel slides into the lead. Slide Wyan back to 2nd. 15 laps left to go. Boschel proves he had a dominant car as he goes from worst to 1st after being involved in an incident. So Boschel's your leader. Wyan is in 2nd. Tyler Conover's in 3rd. Delana Hodge in 4th. This battle between Hodge and Conover definitely could end up doing some damage in terms of championship finishing position, and this would be a great finish for Wyand if he could end up 2nd. It would be his best finish of the year by far, and that might slide him up a little bit in the championship run also. So Wyand's only got 9 more laps to hang on to that 2nd place position, and that would be absolutely fantastic if Wyand could finish 2nd, because his best finish before this was a 5th place position in our first race of the year. Boschel's still your leader. He puts Cody Conover a lap down. Wyand in 2nd, battle for 3rd. Tyler Conover's going to look low under Delana Hodge. Gets the job done. Slide Conover up into 3rd. That's your battle for the 3rd place running position. Hodge is going to dive behind Conover. She's going to look for the crossover. 4 laps left to go. However, Brady Allen now in the hunts, as well as Mason DeJarn. So we've got a 4-car battle for 3rd with only 2 laps left to go this time by. However, 3rd currently belongs to Conover, 4th to Hodge, 5th to Wyand, as the green flag's in the air this time by. White flag one more time around for Gavin Boschel. He's going to lead him down the back straightaway out of turn number 4. Give the win to Gavin Boschel. 2nd place is going to go to Turner Wyand, 3rd to Conover, 4th to Hodge, 5th to Allen, and 6th to DeJarnett.
There was quite a performance by Mr. Boschel. As you said, he went from worst to 1st after that caution flag. He had to start shotgun on the restart with looks like there was 29. There were 29 laps to go when he got involved in that spin, and it took him 12 laps to get through the field and retake the lead from Turner Wyand. But that is also a great job by Turner Wyand. He maintained his car up front the whole race. Obviously, Boschel had a faster car, but Turner did a wonderful job keeping the car going straight and not getting any spin outs and holding his line and doing a great job. So congratulations to Turner Wyand for a great display of driving, and also to Mr. Boschel, who is used to winning races also. So that's going to end the 35-lap junior Honda race.
We're waiting for the official announcement of our finishing position so I can get final points to everybody.
Well, ask your mom to announce them. She's probably busy trying to decipher all the numbers from the scoring folks that are keeping the scoring up in the tower. So here we go.
Finishing in 5th, Brady Allen. Finishing in 6th, Mason DeJarnett. Finishing in 7th, Luke Ripple. And finishing in 8th, Cody Conover.
So there.
Please report to tech. Gavin Boschel, Turner Wyand, and Tyler Conover. Please report to tech.
And you may have been able to hear the announcement from Mrs. Hatfield in the tower giving the 8-car rundown of the finish in the junior Honda 35-lap A main. And again, it was a great bit of driving by Gavin Boschel, who was involved in a spin out and started 8th on the field with 29 laps to go. And 12 laps later, he had made his way back up to the front, and he passed Wyand for the race-winning move. He made the pass in turn 4, the same corner that he got involved in a wreck with Mr. Wyand earlier in the race. So Boschel came back through with a great car and great driving. The senior Honda event is being announced, and for that 8-car A main race, we will have Lucas Sipka on the pole with Nick Loden starting second. The Oplinger row is third and fourth, with Justin in third and his brother Christopher starting fourth. Connor Yunchuk will be starting fifth. Alex Anderson will be starting sixth. And on the final row, it'll be Joey Robinson. And bringing up the tail end of the field is Jared Orrell. So 8 cars again for an A main here at the NCQMA, and that was really a junior Honda race. Was a very quick race with that one caution with the spin out with Boschel and Wyand. They're announcing the drivers here behind us for the senior Honda. That'll be the senior Honda race. Will be our 6th race of a 11 race schedule today. The race following the senior Honda will be a blue rookie race, which is the first of 2 blue rookie races. We have a total of 15 blue rookies registered today to race. There'll be an 8-car field in A main 1 and 7-car field in A main 2. So, and that's the future of our racetrack here, folks, is these rookie classes, and 15 blue rookies today with the 7 red rookies that raced earlier. It speaks pretty highly of how this track is maintaining its membership. It's maintaining quality families and quality drivers coming in. So we're excited about that, because without these rookie families coming in, this track would have no future, and it's certainly just the opposite with the results from the promo days, where they bring in people that race for the first time. They get that racing bug, and before you know it, they show up with a car and they begin racing. And besides having a large number of rookies, there is some really good, talented race car drivers in these rookie fields. But right now, we're gonna turn our attention back to the track for the senior Honda 35 lap A main, and we already recently gave you the starting lineup. And looking over that field, you look at Connor Yunchuk starting in 5th, and Nick Loden in 2nd, and they're going to be, I'm sure, in a intense battle with the Oplinger brothers. Those 4 drivers are always in the top in their races. And then we have, of course, Lucas Sipka and Joey Robinson, Jared Orrell, and Alex Anderson, one of the 3 Anderson brothers who is running here at the QMA. Looks like Jared Orrell actually, I think he's getting his car back going. He slowed down around the backstretch on his hot laps, and don't know if he lost grip or what happened, but he pulled over to the inside. But he is now back under power, full power, and in line taking his warm-ups. There's another incident between 2 cars. Looks like it was Orrell and Alex Anderson made contact on the backstretch. Anderson is come to a stop at the start-finish line.
I have our final points for Junior Honda.
And it is, drum roll please,
the champion is Luke Riffle, finishing 2nd. Gavin Boschel, that win put him in 2nd, as he was only 3 points ahead of our tie for 3rd between Hodge and Conover. Delana Hodge takes the tiebreaker and 3rd in the championship. Conover will take 4th. Allen will take 5th. DeJarnett will take 6th. Taylor will take 7th. Wyand will take 8th. And Cody Conover will take 9th in the championship. So now, as we look to our senior Honda championship up next, as we said before, Nick Loden has to win to be champion.
Nick starts. Where does Nick start? He starts second.
Nick will be outside the front row with
So
Luke.
Nick didn't have the best qualifying effort.
Lucas Sipka will be starting on the pole, leading this. There's 7 cars actually starting. Alex Anderson had to go off the track to get a chain. His chain came off on that contact with Jared Orrell, so he'll come back out and start
After
at the
this
back
race,
of the field.
only one more championship will be up for grabs. That'll be our Heavy Honda Championship later on today, as that championship will be decided tonight. So let's see if that change tonight might affect some drivers and their setups negatively.
Anderson makes it back on track and is going to catch up to the back of the field coming down the back stretch. They are double file. They're going to get the one to go this time by, so hold on for the ride of your life. Here we go with the senior Honda race.
Sipka and Lodem lead him to the green flag. Green flag out in the air. Nick Lodem stuck on the outside row. He's going to try to get in line as quickly as he can. He's still on the outside. He's going to try to look in line, squeeze the needle between Sipka and Opplinger. How he was ever unable to do it. Both the Opplinger brothers fly by Lodem. Lodem, he's going to have to get in line in 5th behind Janchuk, so Loden's got a ton of work to do if he wants to win this championship and this race. So now back up to the front. Lucas Sipka's your leader. However, the 3 car, that would be Justin Opplinger. Opplinger right on his bumper. Opplinger's going to try to look low as soon as he can, I bet, but Opplinger seems to be happy just riding behind Sipka right now in second. Justin Opplinger is in second. Christopher Opplinger is in third. The 2 Opplinger brothers are bumper to bumper. Then you go back to 4th. Connor Janchuk, and in 5th, Nick Loden. Nick's really got to get moving through the field if he wants this championship. Connor Janchuk, he's going to dive low. Oh! Lucas Sipka loses a tire. He goes into the pit lane.
That is a
Yellow
shame
flag is in the air.
Shame for Lucas Sipka. He was having the best run of the year here today and was holding off the Opplinger brothers and doing a great job. But mechanical, I think he might have had a little bit of contact with the 3 car possibly.
There was contact, I believe it was probably with the 3 machine of Opplinger. That caused him to lose a tire, and then he spun into the pit road. Normally the rule is if you go into the pit road, you're done. However, I believe as he was wrecked into the pit road, if I were the chief steward, I would let it go, and I'm pretty sure that's what they will do because this isn't a normal circumstance. He didn't decide to go into the pits. He wrecked, and in the process of the wreck, ended up in the pit lane. So I think that they will more than likely let him go, but we'll have to wait and see what the official call is. And we'll have to wait and see what the lineup on the track is. That may be a break for Loden there, get him a couple positions. However, if Connor Janchuk ends up in the lead, you can almost say goodbye to Loden's
might be
championship
checkout.
chances.
It could be checkout time for Connor because when he gets in the front, he has no intention of giving it up. So we know how good his cars are in all the classes he runs in. They are working on Sipka's car in the pit area. And they're still trying to decide in the tower the proper alignment. Right now we got Janchuk is going to be, will actually start second. They're going to give the first position back. They're going to start third, I guess.
So it looks like our lineup will be your new leader will be Justin Opplinger in second, Christopher Opplinger in third, Connor Janchuk, and in fourth, Nick Loden.
So Sipka did make it back out onto the track, so he will grab the last starting position on this restart. Field is lined up in single file with 28 laps of racing to go in the final senior Honda race of the regular season here at NCQMA for 2014.
1 to go. The 2 Opplinger brothers are going to lead Janchuk and Loden to the green flag. No, they will not. Drivers picked it up just a little too soon, so they're going to call that restart and re-rack these drivers. Try it again. Sipka did make it back out on the track, so they did allow an exception for Sipka as he did wreck off the speedway rather than purposely drive off. which I do believe was the best call they could have made.
It was the right call to make with this being the last race of the year. And
so once again, the one to go, the two Opplinger brothers, they're going to lead them down the back straightaway into turn number 3 to take the green flag back out in the air, as that will change right away to yellow.
Another
Jared
contact.
Orrell spins out of turn number 4 and makes contact with Lucas Sipka. Not sure if there's going to be any damage or not on Sipka's car.
so Jared Orrell, I was talking to Jared's dad earlier, and that's a new car. He is, I guess he's just kind of shaking it loose here today, getting ready to compete in the Fall Nationals and come back next year and battle for the points championship. So Jared pulls his car over to the pit lane. They're adjusting, looks like a right front shock they're working on, or can't see from our vantage point. I know they got 2 or 3 parents over there helping the young man get his car back on the track. So the restart will lineup will actually be the same, except the 1 and the 8 will switch positions. The 1 will be starting 7th, and the 8 will be starting last. So it's 3, 4, 5, 2, and 6. 7, 1, and 8. So Orrell is back underway, back on the track, trying to catch up to the back of the field.
Our drivers are lined back up once again. Opplinger, Yunchuk, and Loden. You have Justin Opplinger in first, Christopher Opplinger in second. Christopher, your senior Honda National Championship. So Justin, he's going to bring him down to the green flag. Green flag back out in the air, as the yellow flag will once again fly as Alex Anderson spins out of turn number 4, bringing out the yellow on the restart once again with 28 laps to go.
I think Alex just lost that car. I don't think he had any contact, but then after they were able to avoid contact on the 3 cars behind him, but he just lost it coming out of turn 4 and bringing out a caution.
The speedway is now beginning to fall under shade. We're still in somewhat of the sun over here in turn number 2. However, pretty much start-finish line back is all covered in shade on both the front and back straightaways, and the trees have shaded the top half of the front straightaway. So the shade is definitely rolling over the speedway, and that may be changing the handling of some of these machines. As we get the 1 to go once again, we're going to try the 28 to go restart one more time. Opplinger going to lead them into turn number 4. Green flag will not fly. Drivers got on the throttles just a little too soon. So we're going to try the restart for either the 4th or the 5th time.
So with the sun starting to set, the temperature starting to drop, the track, as you said, probably changing a little bit. The setups that worked earlier are not going to work here as we get into the darkness.
1 to go once again. Opplinger going to lead him down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Called it off again. I don't know who's... apparently about halfway down the field, they're saying that there's not enough... There's too much of a gap between the 5th and 6th place car on the restarts.
I would have let that go, but... So they're going to try the restart for, I now believe, what will be the 5th time.
Yeah, they've had 2 cautions on the restarts, and now this will be the 5th restart.
So 1 to go once again. This restart looks better. They've gassed it up in turn number 3. Green flag back out in the air. Opplinger, Christopher Opplinger, he's going to look low under brother Justin down the back straightaway. Gets the job done, but that pass will not count for anything as Alex Anderson goes for the spin out of turn number 2. I believe that is his 2nd spin on the day.
So the Opplinger brothers were about to swap the lead, but as you said, the caution came out as the 8th place car again spun out on his own to bring out another caution flag. This is having indication of yellow fever all over it all of a sudden. Where
it does.
Up to this race, we were pretty much, things went pretty fluid, but now we've got caution after caution.
Up to this race, I thought we might have time to go to the Outback after. There's one in Salisbury. I'm going to try to talk my mom into going because they got a good steak. You should sponsor me, Outback. I'll do a good job if anyone's listening. See, when we get bored, we start talking about NASCAR. We start talking about food here on this program.
Food's always a good thing.
Yeah,
and I know it is for you. And your mom even made a point to tell me that earlier today. But I had some food brought to me by Miss Tracy Akers. She always takes care of me on race days. She'll go.
She only helps half of the Triad Sports coverage staff?
I don't think she knew you were here yet. I'm sorry. And she is our photographer for the racing at NCQMA. Does a great job helping us.
Alex Anderson did go into the pit lane, lost a chain on that last spin. So as we try our 6th attempt at the restart, we're going to get the one to go once again.
Still got 28 laps to go in this race.
Justin Opplinger going to lead him to the green flag. Green flag back out in the air. Last restart, Christopher Opplinger was able to get the pass down the back straightaway. He repeats that. He looks low down the back straightaway. Connor Yonchuk going to follow him through. Nick Lowden got a bad restart. Wasn't able to stay right on the bumper of Yonchuk. So he's not going to be able to make that pass. So Opplinger going to slide back in line in 3rd. Lowden in 4th. So now the battle for the lead is on. Christopher Opplinger, the national champion. Christopher Opplinger, he's currently leading. However, Connor Yonchuk wants to stop that real quick. Yonchuk now right on Opplinger's bumper. That's going to be the battle for the lead with 25 laps left to be run. Nick Lowden, an update on his battle for the championship. He is about a straightaway behind the leader. So Lowden running into tough times for his hope to pick up a 2014 NCQMA championship.
Opplinger had to negotiate a slower car and did a good job around turn 3 and 4 to get around him down to the front stretch. Everyone else has been able to follow without any contact.
With 15 laps to go this time by, Christopher Opplinger still your leader. Connor Yonchuk running in 2nd right on his bumper as they catch up to put Alex Anderson a lap down. Yonchuk's going to look low down the back straightaway. Threads the needle, gets by Opplinger as Anderson follows him through. Yellow flag, Anderson sideways down the back straightaway. That was the break Nick Lowden needed. He had fallen a half a straightaway behind. However, he is still running in, I believe, the 4th place running position. That's not going to cut it if he wants to be the championship. So, if he wants to win this championship, he's got to find some speed in that car within the next 17 laps.
So, Yonchuk had passed Opplinger at the start-finish line. Did they finish that lap before the caution flag came out?
I believe they did, but we'll have to wait for official word on that.
So number 6 spun out, and that was strike 3, I believe, for it should have been strike 3. So they're getting the cars lined back up. Looks like Yonchuk is, at the present time, is going to restart first. They are conferring with the tower, with the flag man, to see if the lineup is correct. They may be discussing the same thing we were about. Was the lap complete when the pass was made? I think I saw Yonchuk cross the start-finish line. Then I heard the spin down here, and the caution came out.
So that may be tough break for Yonchuk. We'll have to just wait and see on official confirmation. Back to an update on the shade on the track. The whole track or the whole racing line now is covered in shade.
They have taken the lead back away from Yunchuk on that pass.
There is a black flag out on the track. I'm not sure who that is for. It looks like it may be for the 6 of Alex Anderson. They may have decided that is his third and final strike. I'm not quite sure as to who they are attempting to wave that at. I believe, however, it is at the 6 of Alex Anderson, and it has suddenly gotten much colder.
You think? So the restart's going to have Christopher Opplinger back in the first position, followed by Connor Yunchuk and then Justin Opplinger.
Yes, the black flag was on Anderson. So Anderson's race is done.
Yeah, I thought that was his third strike. I remember him spinning a couple times back here, one time at the start-finish line. So tough luck for Mr. Anderson. Again, he'll have a short day with 16 laps to go in the race. We will have Opplinger, Yunchuk, and Opplinger, the starting 3, with showing up in the 4th spot is Mr. Loden all of a sudden.
One to go, given once again.
Getting ready to restart this race with 16 laps to go.
We head into turn number 3. Christopher Opplinger takes the green flag back out in the air. Connor Yunchuk right on his bumper. He wastes no time. He looks low down the back straightaway. He's going to bring Justin Opplinger and Nick Loden once again not able to make the pass. So it looks like Loden may just have a 4th place car. Not enough to pick up the championship is what it looks like so far. Battle for the lead. Connor Yunchuk currently your leader. However, Justin Opplinger doesn't want that to be the case. He's right on Yunchuk's bumper, challenging him for the lead. Opplinger still right on the back bumper of Connor Yunchuk. Those 3 have pulled out to a huge, about a half a straightaway breakaway over Nick Loden as they put Jared Orrell 1 lap down.
10 to go.
10 to go. It's a 3-horse race for the lead. Yunchuk and the 2 Opplinger brothers. All that Nick Loden can do is, in 4th is look at these guys and pray that they take each other out, as so far the championship has slipped out of Loden's hands as he had to win. He's running in 4th. Battle for the lead. Yunchuk, he is your leader. Justin Opplinger right on his back bumper. Opplinger looked like he was going to try to look low down the back straightaway. Jumped back in line. 5 laps to go this time by. Opplinger once again looks like he's trying to make the pass, and he just hopped loose. Orrell goes another lap down. 3 to go this time by. 3 more laps for Justin Opplinger. Try to make the pass. He looks low down the front straightaway. Gets the job done. Yunchuk back into 2nd as Christopher Opplinger unable to capitalize on that pass. So 2 laps left to go. Scratch that. 1 to go this time by. Justin Opplinger has about a car length and a half advantage over Yunchuk. They're going to go down the back straightaway out of turn number 4. Give the win to Justin Opplinger. Give 2nd place in the championship to Connor Yunchuk. 3rd to Christopher Opplinger. And 4th to Nick Loden. Loden had to show up and win, and he was unable to do that.
That was a great race, and I really thought Connor Yunchuk had the car to beat, but you can never count out the Opplingers. When they're in a race, they're going to be contending for the win. So Justin picks up the win, Connor finishes 2nd, and Christopher came across the stripe in 3rd place.
And then Nick was 4th.
And Nick Loden did pick up a 4th place finish.
He did.
Which, as you said, did not allow him to win the championship.
Nope, that championship will, once we include drops, go to Connor Yunchuk. It's a tough break for Nick there.
Mm-hmm. We're waiting for the final 4 positions. We know that Alex Anderson finished 8th because he did not complete the race. He had 3 strikes with spin-outs.
So once we get those final 4 positions, I'll enter them into your computer, and I will get you your final points results for the Senior Honda Championship.
So you're actually doing double duty today. You're the official,
unofficial
you're the official website scorekeeper, and you're the play-by-play announcer. Tell you what, I didn't know you had so much talent, Sam.
I believe it will be the club that decides who ends up winning the championship, not TriSportsCoverage.com.
I don't want that responsibility. I can tell you.
We might have different champions than the club.
I don't want to be the one that makes that call on any of these. Now we have a new voice on the PA system, Miss Tracy Riffle.
Winning, Justin Opplinger. Finishing second,
So it is Justin. It is Connor Yunchuk second.
Finishing third,
Christopher Opplinger.
Fourth place, Nick Loden.
Nick Loden is fourth.
Fifth place, Joey Robinson.
Joey Robinson had a good run.
Sixth place, Lucas Sitka.
And Lucas Sipka.
Seventh place, Jared Oral. And eighth place, Alex Anderson.
You can take this back.
So there you have it, the final senior Honda race of the regular season. I want to give a quick shout out to Lucas Sipka because he had a great race going until that wheel came off in turn 4. He was keeping up and keeping the Opplingers behind him, keeping Connor Yunchuk behind him, and really hitting his marks on the track, doing a great job of driving that race car. And unfortunately, a little contact and the wheel broke loose, and he did get it fixed and get back out on the track to finish the race in I think 7th position, or he finished 6th place. So that was a good showing by Mr. Lucas Sipka. But congratulations to Justin Opplinger, to Connor Yunchuk, and Christopher Opplinger. They put on a good show and obviously had the best cars out there. They pulled away at the end and looked really strong in that race. Now we're starting our first Blue Rookie race for today. And in that race, we will have, starting on the pole, Mr. Carter Sullivan. Starting second, Trevor Klein. And then third, Lacey Houghton. Colton Curry will be starting fourth. Paige Robinson will start fifth. Katie Yunchuk will be on the outside, starting sixth. Seventh will be Marcus Everson. And Levi McBride will be starting eighth. So 8 cars of Blue Rookies will be lining up for a 25-lap A main. So we have 2 Blue Rookie races, a heavy Honda race, a light 160, and a light World Formula, which will be a 1-car event for Hunter Hutchins. And he will run the races to gain points for the season-ending standings. They are introducing on the public address system the Blue Rookie Racers as it starts to get a little cooler here at the track with the sun going down below the tree line. So it is going to get colder. The lights will be coming on here, I'm sure, the next before the next race gets underway. This will be the last regular season race for the NCQMA in 2014. This is the 15th scheduled weekend series race. As we alluded to earlier, we've had 4 rainouts, so a total of 11 races have been run with 4 drops allowed. There will be 7 of the best scores will be used to count the final season points to determine these different class championships. And as my Excel spreadsheet person has been announcing during the activities today, the scenarios and the unofficial results and the unofficial championship standings. I want to reiterate that the information we're giving is totally unofficial, as in any races, the scoring tower and the race officials will evaluate all the races and make sure that the finishing orders were recorded correctly and the points were awarded correctly, and they will give out an official final standings. But based on our numbers and what Mr. Hatfield was able to calculate from the finishing orders today, we are announcing who we think will be declared the champion of these competition classes. Of course, as he also mentioned, the rookie classes do not run for points. These are new drivers that are just in a learning process. They don't have to worry about points during the season. They're just racing to gain experience on the track. And they just the chief starter just gave them the go-ahead to push out the Blue Rookie first A main with the 8 cars being pushed down the track entrance. Here goes the first car on the track is Paige Robinson, and she's followed on the track by Carter Sullivan. And looks like we got a car that's stalling. No, I guess Colton Curry is under power coming down the back stretch, so he's on the track for his warm-up. And Marcus Everson, the second half of the Everson Brothers Racing, he's out on the track. Katie Yunchuk will be just took the track. Lacey Houghton is on the track. Trevor Klein and Levi McBride. So we do have 8 cars that will be battling out the 25 laps of green flag racing in the Blue Rookie first A main of the day. They have given them the green flag for warm-up, so they have their 30 seconds of getting the tires warm, getting used to the track. We have a spin out. Mr. Curry, Colton Curry, spins out right at the start-finish line, coming out of turn 4. His dad, Phil, comes out and pushes him for a restart. And Sam has every piece of clothing or blanket that his mom has in the house around him right now. I hope you don't just absolutely freeze to the chair.
I do have our finishing championship results for Senior Honda. We once again have a tie, deadlocked for the win between Nick Loden and Connor Yunchuk. That will go to best average heat race points. Third in the championship was Alex Anderson. Fourth, John Michael Repko, who is not here due to Ryan being in Myrtle Beach. Fifth goes to Lucas Sipka. Sixth goes to Justin Opplinger. And seventh goes to Christopher Opplinger. I believe we did calculate these points, as I did think that Nick had to win, but I think we might have calculated them with 8 drops before we changed it or something, because 2 series that I thought there was no way to tie, someone had to win. So if Connor Yunchuk could have gotten back around Opplinger at the end of that last race, he would have won the championship. But now there's once again another tie that has to go to heat race finishes.
And the reason the Opplingers are finished low in the season points is they didn't compete in a lot of the races. They were doing some traveling and other things. So if they would have been here for all 11 races, I'm sure they would have been fighting for the title, because that's how good they are. But again, it was a great battle here this afternoon in this very chilly, now getting even colder evening here as the sun begins to set
behind the trees.
So the track is obviously totally in the shade with the tree line at the end of the track blocking the sunlight. So these Blue Rookies will get lined up and go at it for 25 laps. We have 3 young ladies in this race, and they're all 3 very good race car drivers, all 3 capable of winning. Ronnie Sipka trying to get the field to slow down so we can get you double file for the restart. Number 4 and 5 need to pull up behind 1 and 2 and 3.
Trevor Klein starting in second. Half-brother Nick Drake picked up the win. NASCAR K&N Pro Series West at Phoenix in the number 15 Napa Toyota Camry for I don't know what his race team is about a week ago.
Napa Racing, I guess.
I believe he has said on Facebook and other things that he will be running that car next year, so that is great to hear for Nick.
We have the field lined up double file. If they will stay in that alignment, I'm sure they'll get the 1 to go this time by the starter stand. Let's see if he gives them the 1 to go. They're tightly bunched up coming around turn 1 and 2, heading down the back stretch for that yellow line. They can hit the throttle and get this race underway.
Green flag back in the air. Carter Sullivan gets a huge jump on the restart. as a yellow flag does come out, both that's Dylan Thomas. Paige Robertson.
Paige Robinson.
First, I see Robertson and think Joey because he ran earlier in the season. Then I'm looking at the wrong lineup and say it's Dylan Thomas because there's 2 rookie events. I'm looking at the wrong rookie event. Then I finally get it right. It's Paige Robinson.
I'm going to forgive you
because
you are absolutely frozen to death, and I think your brain may be heading indoors and leaving you sit out here.
My mom asked me if I wanted to bring my nice indoor blanket. And I'm like, yeah, because it's warm and we can wash it.
We can get you a cold drink if you like. Folks, we are outdoors in beautiful North Carolina.
40, at least. It's got to be under 40 degrees.
It's got to be approaching, it's probably not much more than 37, 38 degrees. And I bet by the time we finish, it'll be maybe even 32. So the restart, or the start did not happen. I think they're going to line them back up single file, according to the signal that Mr. Sipka is giving the drivers. Since they took the leader took the green flag and the accident happened behind them, they're going to line them up on a single file restart. So that was number 5 and number 4 got together and brought out the caution.
41 is what the Weather Channel says.
41.
It's going to drop quickly once we lose the sun.
So,
if our last broadcast was October the 18th due to our rainout, and I believe that day we were complaining about it being way too hot.
It was. We were wanting the sun to disappear. Today we'd like to have the sun back out.
Yeah. What happened to the beginning of the week where it was 70?
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Well, they
first 3 days of this week, and then, boom, freezing.
Well, the weather people kept warning us there was a cold front coming, and they keep saying it's going to be here, and I think it has arrived.
I think they were right for once. The weather people were finally right.
So we're going to restart in single file with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. They have waved off the restart.
I wonder how cold it's getting, if that's going to play into any handler's setup later in the day, because with it being this chilly, you would think that might negatively impact some setups, especially when that sun goes behind the clouds. I'm sure that the Borst and the Curry families, the 2 families fighting for that heavy Honda championship, are really scared right now about their setups and trying to fix them. The green flag is back out in the air. Carter Sullivan was able to get about a 2-car lengths jump over Trevor Klein in second. Then back in third, we have Lacey Houghton, Colton Curry in fourth. Then Katie Yunchuk in finally, it's appropriate for that paint job, the Frozen machine.
Yeah, she's definitely got the appropriate scheme today. So Carter Sullivan is maintaining about a 4-car length lead over Trevor Klein. He's actually going to catch the tail end of the field here probably within the next 4 or 5 laps.
Sullivan definitely has a quick machine today. He has 19 more laps to stay in the lead. Trevor Klein doesn't seem to be losing or gaining much ground. He just kind of seems to be steady about 5 car lengths behind Sullivan.
Looks like the top 3 or 4 cars are kind of maintaining their distance between them with no car really making any move on Sullivan in the lead. Sullivan's now at the back of the field. Will be lapping the 5 car here within a lap or 2.
As the yellow flag is in the air.
2 cars hooked together coming out of turn 1 and 2. One of them is Katie Yunchuk.
The other is Levi McBride.
So McBride and Yunchuk get together with 14 laps to go.
tough luck for Sullivan there. He had about a 5-6 car length advantage over Trevor Klein. That advantage has now evaporated. Let's see if Klein can do anything with that evaporation and get his and get up to the lead. Track lights have now been turned on.
Are they going to turn on the track heater?
Hey, if we think we're cold, just think about everyone up in Columbus.
Oh, yeah.
That place is a very fun place to race. We ran there last year. I really enjoyed bringing our heavy AA machine up there. The A's are the fastest quarter midget machines.
So car number 6 is being taken off on the dolly by Mr. Chris Yunchuk, the sponsor of our broadcast for NCQMA and Tracking Live here at the Salisbury, North Carolina racetrack. They're taking her over to the pit lane to see if they can maybe make repairs to Katie's car. In the meantime, they are bunching the field back up. With the restart, it's going to be the one car of Carter Sullivan still leading with Trevor Klein on his bumper and Lacey Houghton still in third place. And they are getting the back of the field readjusted. Number 7 will start in the 5th slot, I believe. And then number 5, Paige Robinson, and McBride will be starting 7th. And if Katie can make it back onto the surface, she'll be starting 8th. They have given the 5 to go, I believe, and maybe 4 to go now before the restart. And Mr. Spreaker goes over to the restart line to reinforce the rule that you have to go on the outside of that yellow stripe at the start-finish line when you come out of turn 4, and that prevents people behind you from diving below and taking you out of the lead in the front at turn 1. So it's a good rule that keeps everyone in line across the start-finish line. And Yunchuk is back on the track. She has a long ways to go with 15 laps of racing left in this 25-lap first Blue Rookie A main. 1 to go with the lineup single file. Probably going to go ahead and throw the green, I would think. They wave it off because the back half of the field did not get their foot on the gas soon enough, and the first 4 cars separated themselves. So in order to give everyone a fair opportunity to win, they want all cars bunched up together and not let a certain group of cars get out way ahead at the start. So they've also, or have now for the second time, given the 1 to go. And starter has given the green flag. The green light's on in the corners, and we're back to racing, Sam.
Sullivan able to get the jump once again on the restart. He pulled out to about a car length, the yellow flag.
Yellow flag again.
I'm not sure as to why we had that yellow. The only guess I can have is that maybe a car violated the yellow line rule. Or I was looking at the battle for the lead. So it would have obviously been farther back in the pack.
Those top 3 cars with Lacey Houghton in third and Trevor Klein in second and Carter Sullivan in first, they seem to be able to separate themselves from the field. And Colton Curry, who is he's a good driver, he's a force to be reckoned with, but I think his car is not handling real well. He spun out in the hot laps, and I think he spun out here earlier. So see if these top 4 can create some distance between them and the other 4 once they do get the green flag and get back racing here at the NCQMA. 15 laps to go. The time is it's getting later, it's getting colder.
And it's getting darker. Sun sets in about 20 minutes, I do believe.
I think you might be right.
And I already can't feel my hands. And by the way, I have gloves on, too.
I got my hands in my pocket. So they have the 8 cars in single file trying to get the second 4 cars to bunch up behind the top 4, and they do throw the 1 to go signal to the field. So as they come out of turn 3 and 4, the green flag waves.
As the yellow is going to come right back out, Colton Curry went under the yellow line. It looks like they're going to let that slide. However, Curry now up into the second place running position. Lucky break for Curry there that they were unable to notice that yellow line infraction. As Trevor Klein does get the rough end of that, he slides back to 4th.
And Ronnie Sipka, the rookie director, is looking at the tower with his hands thrown up like, why didn't you throw the caution?
We all do make mistakes. That was an unfortunate mistake for everyone but Curry. Curry's loving it as he's now on the back end of Carter Sullivan. That's going to be the battle for the lead with 10 laps to go.
Curry is actually caught up to Sullivan. As you said, he's about a half a car length behind him, and they're going to be catching the rear of the field here within.
Yellow flag, Curry spins out.
Curry spins out. Don't know if there was contact between Curry and Houghton or not. I did see it right below me.
It definitely wasn't. Houghton was about 5 car lengths
behind
Curry.
Okay, so it was just
he
a
lost
one-car
it by
spin
himself.
out. Okay. I guess that's poetic justice, maybe.
Yeah.
But I noticed that Colton's car has been, I don't think it's been to his liking here tonight, and he's lost it a couple of times. He's too good a driver just to spin out. It's just the car is just not hooked up right. So we have a 10-lap shootout ahead of us if they can get these cars lined back up. So on the restart, Sullivan will restart in the lead, and Lacey Houghton will inherit second place with Trevor Klein moving up to third. They're going to put Colton Curry. They've got him lined up fourth. I believe he has to go to the rear of the field, doesn't he, Sam, if he stops on the track?
I believe he does.
It was a one-car spin out.
That's what they're trying to make him do. He just really doesn't want to listen.
They have pointed to Colton to go to the rear of the field, but the other car, it's number 2, slowed down, and he's backing up. I don't think they wanted number 2 to go to the rear of the field. They wanted...
The number 2 may have been thought that they were pointing at him.
Yep.
As the number 5 car, that would be Paige Robinson, heads into the pit lane. I'm not quite sure what that's about. She may just be going in for an adjustment.
So number 2 takes his third spot back, and Marcus Everson, number 7, will be lined up, I believe, fourth. And
the one thing that's missing by not being a pit reporter is Lacey Houghton is out on the track and there's no interview with Granddad.
I had a long discussion with her grandpa this morning, and he actually gave me a T-shirt that they had embroidered for the rookie races, and he embroidered one that says radio director for mine. So that was kind of a nice gesture by her grandpa. And they also put a sticker on their car from TriadSportsCoverage.com. So, and Lacey besides being a cute little girl, she's a pretty good race car driver. So now we've got the lineup, I believe, the way the starter intended it to be, with number 4 in the rear of the field, and number 5 went off the track. Looked like that may be the end of the day for Paige Robinson. I don't think she came back on the track.
Green flag will be back out in the air. Carter Sullivan, he's not able to get quite as big a jump on Houghton as he has over the past couple restarts. Houghton stays within a car length of Sullivan's back bumper. Trevor Klein back in third. He's about 2 car lengths off of Houghton's bumper. 8 laps to go this time by. The real batter, however, for fourth, as 4 cars battling very furiously for that position.
You got Colton Curry back there in a real quick car, but he's trying to maneuver his way around, and it's tough with not enough room 3 wide. You just can't race 3 wide around these corners. So Colton falls in behind the 8 car of Levi McBride. He does take a peek inside, but he decides to fall back in line. Sullivan is maintaining about a car length lead over Lacey Houghton, who is really, she's up on his bumper now with only 4 laps to go, and there's a lap car in front that could play into this race. Houghton dives inside. She's going to take the lead coming out of turn 4 with 2 laps to go. What a move by Lacey Houghton.
That was a great move by Houghton. White flag this time by. That move down the back straightaway is going to give Houghton the advantage. She catches up to the lap car of Everson. However, that's not going to slow her down. Give the win to Lacey Houghton. Second place to Carter Sullivan. Third to Trevor Klein, as you can hear the crowd go wild. She brought a whole cheering section with her.
I don't really have favorites, but I tell you, Lacey Houghton is such a... And there's Grandpa telling her to stay on the track to get her victory laps. And I know he is thrilled to death because he, of course, he loves his granddaughter. And to see her win a race, that's pretty special. He actually, for the rookie extravaganza, her grandfather actually got shirts made for all the rookies, T-shirts, and gave each one of them a free T-shirt that he had embroidered.
That was a very,
very nice gesture. Now, Lacey is, she's got this victory lap thing down pat already. She likes running around with that checker flag in her hand. So congratulations to Lacey Houghton. Drove a smart, patient race, and when it came down to it, she took the lead at the right time and was able to win that race.
Katie Nychuk, finishing in 5th, Levi McBride, finishing in 6th, Colton Curry, finishing in 7th, Marcus Everson.
So that concludes our 7th race of the day and our first out of 2 Blue Rookie A-Main events. Next up will be our second Blue Rookie A-Main event. Starting on the pole in that event, Jack Everson. Starting 2nd, Will Beaupre. Starting 3rd, Truett Miranda. Starting 4th, Nate Bort. Starting 5th, Dylan Thomas. Starting 6th, Cooper Warren. And starting in 7th will be Cale Ruthenbeck.
That was a great race by Carter Sullivan. You hate to see someone lead almost every lap and really have probably the fastest car on the track, but then Lacey she has bided her time and set him up just right in turn 3 and 4 and came out with the lead. And it's not how many laps you lead, it's that one lap you have to lead to get the checker flag. And congratulations to Lacey and also to Carter for a great race, and Trevor Klein, who those 3 cars maintained a pretty good margin of lead during the whole race and kept their cars pretty much together. But great job of Blue Rookie Racing. It was good to see a nice, relatively quick race. We had, I think, a couple cautions, but for the most part, it was incident free. And I think the kids are probably too cold to stop and get out of the car, so they don't have a caution flag. So we have the second Blue Rookie race, as Sam just mentioned, the 8 or 7 cars in that race. And again, I'm going to, looking at this lineup, without even going out on a limb, I'm going to tell you to watch out for the number 2 car.
Beaupre.
We have seen him race how many times, and I don't care where you start that young man. When the checker flag waves, he's somewhere near the front.
One Blue Rookie we are missing this weekend is Dexter Knipe
the
Jr.
Third.
Third?
The third race is here. Junior races at Hickory.
Well, Junior is racing at Myrtle Beach
Yeah,
this
the
weekend
family's in Myrtle Beach. So
Ryan Repko and Todd Gilliland and I believe Tyler Ankrum, who's not an NCQMA driver, but next quarter midget driver, also running there.
So I'm sure they're having a good time, and it may be chilly at Myrtle Beach, too.
Yeah, Ryan told me it was very cold down there. I haven't gotten any updates from him so far yet in the show because my hands have been in gloves, and you can't text in gloves on a touchscreen phone.
Was that a daytime race or a night race?
I'm not sure, but if it's a night race, they'll be freezing down there.
So here comes the field out of the hot chute for the second Blue Rookie race. And if it's as exciting as the first one, it's going to be a great race. But again, I would say to the people watching the race here to look out for Will Beaupre, because he has a knack about himself that he does what a race driver is taught to do, is to go to the front. And I've seen him put some pretty impressive moves on these drivers in his short racing career here at the track. So he's getting his tires warmed up on the 30-second warm-up. They're going to turn them loose here for a few laps, get a little heat in the tires, and try to get get ready for this big 25-lap final A main of the season for the Blue Rookies. As you see him in warm-ups, Mr. Beaupre came around turn 2, and his front end swapped with his back end. When he came out of turn 2, I think it looked like he was tiptoeing through the corner, and he had no traction whatsoever. Now, the fact that we've been talking him up here in the pre-race discussion, I hope he didn't jinx the young man, because he is a great little race car driver. So the caution flag is waving, with the starter wanting the field to bunch up so we can get this race underway. Jack Everson will be starting on the pole. Truett Miranda is in the third starting spot. Dylan Thomas is in this race. Beaupre should come back up to his second starting position, I believe.
Yes, he should, because that was
in a
spin under
warm-up lap, so he should go around those cars and fall into the second slot for the green flag start of this race. I think Beaupre's dad is talking to the tower director to see.
He'll definitely be getting a spot back. I mean, that's...
I would think so, because...
it was under warm-ups. Unless he went into pits and we didn't notice it, without question, he will get his spot back.
They are discussing where to... or how to line... You know what, though? If there's one driver out there that could start last and make his way to the front in 25 laps, because I've seen him do it, I think, a couple times this year. They're still discussing the proper lineup, but there had been no green flag racing. The race had not started. I would think they would be able to decide.
Mike is going to get off the air, got a phone call he's got to answer. So we're still trying to get this lineup correct. Once again, as we have said, Beaupre should be getting his second place starting position back, as he did spin under warm-ups, not under racing conditions. So I'm not quite sure what is taking this lineup so long.
That was a call from the CEO of TriadSportsCoverage.com. Wanted to make sure we were okay here.
Tell her to bring a heater?
Huh?
Did you tell said CEO to bring a heater?
Well, she actually has some homemade chili waiting for me for when I get home.
Nice. Nice. Sounds good.
I don't know why she don't bring it down now. Well, they still haven't got this starting lineup figured out in this Blue Rookie race. I don't see what now we got them piled up 3 deep here and right in front of us, because someone took their foot off the gas. Looked like it was Truett Miranda and Dylan Thomas and Carl Ruthenbeck all got together here on the backstretch. So if they're having trouble with one car spinning out and making the alignment right, what are you going to do now with 3 of them just stopped on the track? So they are trying to get the cars in the proper running order. Now the starter has asked for a double file. They are sending number 2 to the rear of the field.
I'm not sure why that is.
Well, I don't know, but the one thing it will do, it'll add some excitement to this race.
I'm going to go ask our chief steward why the 2 went to the back.
And he was in warm-up laps. I don't understand it. So they have the field lined up and it will be the 2-car starting shotgun on the field because of the incident in the warm-up laps where his car spun out on the track. But we just had 3 cars that stopped on the track that were had run into each other. So they're still circling the track under caution, trying to get the right lineup. Now they have double file with number 2 starting in the final starting position, number 7.
I do have clarification on why the 2 was sent to the back of the pack.
That was because?
That the 2, there was a adjustment made why the 2 was stopped on the track. So the 2 had to go to the back of the pack because of that adjustment. That is obviously a fair call because if you were going to the pits to get an adjustment, you would also go to the back.
Did his handler make an adjustment when he stopped right below us?
Yes, that is what
they're saying that he did. Okay,
that is what we have been told by the chief
and
by
again,
the tower spotter.
It's a rookie family, and he maybe didn't understand the rule, and you know he's not upset.
Or maybe he just didn't want to run to pit road and knew he was going to go to the back either way.
And I think if Will Beaupre was my driver and I had to start at the back, I wouldn't sweat it. Because I'm telling you, folks, this is going to be an interesting 25 laps because the young man that's starting next to last now, they've put Dylan Thomas behind him for the start. Now they want Thomas to move up to 3rd place. They're having a quite a time getting this field lined up. But I can't think of a better place to be on a cold Saturday evening than sitting outside watching a quarter midget race.
Sitting inside and watching a quarter midget race would be better.
With a nice bowl of chili and maybe a grilled cheese sandwich, and that would be kind of neat. But you know what? We're here because we want to be, right?
Yep.
That's right. Well, they've shuffled the deck once again, but the ace is still out front, number 1, Marcus, or Jack Everson, the brother of Marcus, who raced in the previous Blue Rookie race. So Everson and Miranda is starting second. They're going to be a single file start. Nate Bort will be starting 3rd. So here we go with no green flag because the field has got 3 separate groups together. They separated at the restart point, which is a no-no for the starter. He doesn't want anyone to get an unfair advantage coming out of turn 4 for the green flag. So we're going to actually start this race.
Hopefully.
With, it's going to be 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2.
So 1 to go once again, this time by Everson's going to lead him into turn number 3. Green flag out in the air.
They're separated again, but they are going to throw the green flag.
That separation occurred after the green flag was waved.
There's a spin out by the leader. He has a little bit of help from the from Truett Miranda. They were bumper to bumper going into turn 3, and it didn't take much to send him spinning. So caution on the very first lap. Jack Everson in turn 3 will be pushed away for his restart. They're going to send number 3 to the rear, I believe, is what Ronnie Sepko just pointed to the lead driver. We'll see if they enforce that. With Truett Miranda actually is in the lead right now, but I'm not sure they can understand the signals that Ronnie has given them.
I don't understand the signals that Ronnie has given them. He just looks like a madman waving his hands down there.
So they are going to put Nate Bort up front, number 1, leading the race on the restart. They're sending number 5 to the second starting spot. So they will get this race underway before Sunday morning, I hope. So number 6 will take the third spot.
We only have 4 more hours till we run out of time.
We won't do that, I hope. We only got 3 races to go, and one of them's a one-car race. And if he spins out, we ought to disqualify him. So now it looks like we got the field set with 7 cars in the right running order.
So we're going to try this start once again. Still 25 laps left to be run. I believe the timer has started, though. We, of course, cannot see the timer.
I don't see it moving, so I don't think it is.
Yeah.
They wave off this start because 2 cars have jumped out in front of the other 5. So I don't know if they're going to get this race in or not. You can feel the temperature dropping moment by moment. So Ronnie Sipka, pointing to the field at the restart, is the orange cone and the yellow stripe at the end of the backstretch. So they're going to throw the green this time, I believe. Looks like cars are close enough, and the starter does throw the green flag with Nate Bort jumping out to a quick lead. And Will Beaupre is diving below the field on the front stretch and takes another spot. He's back. He's up the 4th spot right now. He's going to be at 3rd by the time he gets around this corner.
But he makes contact.
He made a mistake when he tried to pass the car on the inside. I think his car may have drifted out a little bit more than he thought it was going to, and he locked wheels with Cooper Warren. They're trying to get those cars untangled. Cooper Warren's car is now, he does get his wheels separated from Mr. Beaupre. Again, there's a caution flag waving here with 20.
I've been told there's 16 minutes left on the timer.
So that's going to bring about another restart with single file. Will have number 4 still in the first place, which is Nate Bort. He will be followed by Dylan Thomas. 3rd will be Jack Everson. Starting 4th on the restart will be Cale Ruthenbeck. And he will be followed by Truett Miranda, Cooper Warren, and again, Will Beaupre will be starting shotgun on the field. 23 green flag laps, or a little over 15 minutes of racing time on the clock for this blue rookie A main.
Green flag
waves. We have another spin out, another caution flag. That was Miranda, who was on the bumper of Ruthenbeck on the restart, and then just before they hit the start-finish line, number 7 went in the spin cycle. I think Miranda may have made a little bit of contact, maybe hit the gas a little bit quicker than Ruthenbeck and caused the spin out. So again, we line up these blue rookies for their 23 more laps. So they've had 2 laps of green actually completed. So the restart will be Nate Bort, Dylan Thomas, Jack Everson, and they're giving the 7 car his position back. Cale Ruthenbeck will be starting in the 4th spot, followed by Cooper Warren, and Truett Miranda will be bringing up the tail end of the field, but they've moved they've exchanged positions with number 6 and number 7. So they will have actually 7 is starting in the 6th position. That's going to move Beaupre up to 5th on the restart.
1 to go with 23 laps, 13 minutes on the clock. We head into turn number 3.
Should be a green flag. They're lined up good.
Is in the air. That's going to be Bort's going to lead him to the restart. Thomas right on his bumper. Everson in 3rd. Everson's going to look low under Thomas. That's the battle for 2nd. Everson gets the job done down the front straightaway. Slide Everson up into 2nd. Oh, yellow flag. The 7 car of Cal Ruthenbeck gets bumped by, I believe it was the 3 of Truett Miranda. It was kind of a side bump, and he spins and pretty much stops sideways right in front of the wall. That was a lucky stop there, as he stopped right in between the pit, right in the pit entrance opening. So if he wouldn't have spun there, he would have clonked to the wall. So lucky spot to spin, if there's such a thing.
A lucky spot to spin. That's a lot of S's. Lucky spot to spin. So we have our. Oh my goodness! I got more restarts on my paper than I do laps counted. So they are going to line up
laps,
again.
11:45 left on the clock. 11:45 left on the clock.
So they're going to put the number 5 car back at 2nd. The number 1 car will be in 3rd, which is pole sitter Jack Everson. Starting 4th will be the 6 car of Cooper Warren. Will Beaupre will be starting 5th. 22 laps.
22 laps, 11 minutes.
11 minutes.
As we're going to head into turn number 3. Green flag back out in the air. That is Nate Bort. He's going to lead him to the green once again. Jack Everson unable to keep the pass he made on Dylan Thomas for 2nd. However, he quickly redoes that pass, and here's Will
Beaupre is coming down the backstretch trying to get under number 5, Dylan Thomas.
Will Beaupre trying to get the pass on Thomas. However, now the battle for the lead. Jack Everson right on the back bumper of Nate Bort. That's going to be our battle for the lead.
So Bort is holding off Everson. Beaupre is on the bumper of Nate.
And yellow flag. Oh, big contact down the back straightaway. That would be the 5 of Thomas.
Thomas was spun out
Beaupre
after contact with Beaupre. And Miranda came around turn 4 and T-boned the stopped car of Will Beaupre.
It looks like all drivers are okay right now. Yep, all drivers are okay. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left on the clock. 17 laps left. These yellow flag laps do not count. If they did, this race would have been over before we got a lap done.
Yes, it's definitely had its share of cautions. Looks like all the drivers are okay, but looks like Beaupre is going to be taken off on the 4-wheel dolly.
Tough luck there for Beaupre, as he definitely looked to have a very quick car.
Truett Miranda is sitting here right below us. They're going to push his car, or they're waiting for a dolly for his car to take him back behind the wall to the pit road. Don't know if their night is over or what they're going to do with those two. They don't seem to be in much of a hurry, so they may be calling it a night for Beaupre and for Truett Miranda. So this restart will have more contact under caution. Cars up on each other's bumpers, so they're going to have to untangle those cars. I'm going to blame this on the cold weather because I've seen this same group of blue rookies go out and run caution-free races. It's just something about, and going from day to night, I don't know, they're just not that, I don't think they got their head in it the way it's looking on the track, but
8 minutes left to play, 8 minutes left on the clock.
So it'd be Nate Bort leading them down to the green with Jack Everson running second, and Dylan Thomas will be running third. And Cooper Warren will be running sixth, and Kayla Ruthenbeck will be fourth, and then fifth will be Ruthenbeck. Well, they have changed it again. Number 6 is going to be running third, and number 5 is going to be running fourth. And with 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, 17 laps on the lap counter.
When that screen goes dark, can you tap it for me on the phone?
This screen?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to tap, but I mean...
So yeah, I got it timed on my phone, and with my glove on, it doesn't really want to wake back up when I tap it. So 7 minutes left.
So we want they want number 5 to go to the rear, I believe, because he did stop on the track, I think. So now we've got the proper lineup, and we should be getting back to green for this final 17 laps or 6.5 minutes of racing. The field lined up. They're giving the cars 5 laps in the pits to be repaired.
I'm not sure which car is in the pits because that car is surrounded with handlers.
Looks like it is the Miranda car, I believe. I see his mom there with him, so I think Truett is trying to get back on track. Yet the number 3 car of Truett Miranda is making his way down the pit road. Will be making that left turn and entering the track, coming out of turn 2, down the backstretch. So Miranda will take the field, or take the green in the final starting position. So Beaupre has called it a night, so he will not move up through the field like we predicted. We jinxed him just like we didn't want to.
So 1 to go with 5:30 left on the clock, 17 laps left. Nate Bort, Jack Everson, and Cooper Warren, that's your top 3 as we're going to lead them into turn number 3. Green flag back out in the air. Bort able to get a good jump on Everson there on the start.
Bort went too high, come out of turn 4, and it gave Everson. Now, if Everson loses it, come out of... Oh, he regains control of it. That was a great save by Jack Everson.
It was. It looked like he was totally done. Regains control of it, stays in second place. That was definitely a great save, as you said, by Everson.
So Bort pretty much in control. He's got about a 5 car now. Everson's actually making up some ground on the corners.
Everson now right on his bumper.
You got 10 laps to go, or 4.5 minutes. I think 10 laps will. And Everson makes the move, come out of turn 4, dives down below, and makes the pass with 9 to go.
Great move by Everson there. Slide him up into the lead, as it looks like this race will, hopefully not to jinx it, be decided on time, not laps. 7 laps to go, 4 minutes left on the timer with Everson in the lead. Bort in second. I'm not quite sure what the order behind that is.
6 laps to go, and Everson's pulled out to about an 8-car length lead after getting to the lead 2 laps to go. He's stretching his lead out even further as they run more green flag laps. looks like Everson's car just all of a sudden came to life for him, and he's stretching his lead out to about 20 car lengths now, almost a straightaway lead for Everson.
White flag in the air this time by Everson's going to come down the back straightaway out of turn number 4. Give the win to Jack Everson. Second place to Nate Bork.
That was a great bit of driving because Everson was sideways here on the backstretch and looked like he was headed for the infield or maybe even flipping over, and he regained control of that car, threw it back in the right direction, and regained his composure and actually ran down the leader and won this race. So
it is 39 degrees here in Salisbury, North Carolina. It's getting dark and
cold.
It's chilly.
So congratulations, Mr. Jack Everson, on a great race, a great save on that near spin out with 9 laps to go. Or actually, it was before the 9-lap mark. So what could have been a race-ending move turned out to be a great veteran-like save on the backstretch for this blue rookie. I would say, looking at these drivers in the blue rookie, and you always can tell which ones have a lot of potential. And Mr. Everson, I think, has the right personality, the right makeup to be a great race car driver.
That is definitely true. That concludes our 8th race of the day, our second Blue Rookie AMA event. Next out on the track, Hunter Hutchins. It's a solo car race that he's only running in order to get enough points to qualify for the Light World Formula Championship. Ryan Repko already locked that championship up with this run today for Hutchins. He will have enough races to qualify for second place in that championship.
Now, sometimes when they have a single car race, don't they just run 10 laps?
They normally shorten it, so let's hope they do that today so we can get in the heat.
If he doesn't, we're all going to freeze to death right here in beautiful Salisbury.
Beautiful Salisbury.
It's beautiful, beautifully cold.
I didn't know the cold could be beautiful. Unless it's snowing, then it's kind of beautiful. But
and you notice the aluminum bleachers are empty. Not a person in the bleachers because of the cold weather.
Do you blame them?
I don't blame anybody for not being outside.
Hutchins only running 10 laps as this race is just simply to get points.
So the Light World Formula will be a one car. So Hutchins will start on the pole. He will start outside the back row. He will start in all the positions. And our tower spotter, Mr. Kent DeJarnett, has a looks like a quilt wrapped around him.
I'm not the only one wearing a blanket.
Have they given the green flag for...
Yes, they have.
They haven't counted. They're not counting down the laps, so I don't know if they've... The tower hasn't recognized the laps, but I guess he is running his 10 laps.
My timer has gone off notifying me that the Blue Rookie race is now timed out.
They are not counting these laps on the scoring tower, so I'm not sure what they're going to do with this race. If he's going to run more than 10 laps,
I think he already has run more than 10 laps.
I don't think they.
All right, there they go. Now they're giving him the white flag.
Yeah, he has got the white flag, and he will.
It looks like the flagger
pick up
has
the win.
just decided to end the race. So the one-car race is over. Now, next up, the Heavy Honda A-Main event. Let's look at the points in Heavy Honda. If Jacob finishes first or second, he will lock up the championship. If he finishes third, he needs Macy Curry to, I believe, finish... I'm not sure. I think he just finished first or second. We had more written, but it has not shown up on this other spreadsheet. Okay, so here it is. Jacob has to finish first or second, and then it doesn't matter what Macy does. If Jacob finishes third and Macy does not win, he will win the championship. Otherwise, Macy will win the championship. So it's in Jacob's own hands if he finishes first or second. If he finishes third, he needs Macy to finish second or beyond. So Jacob first or second, he picks up the win in the championship. So even if Macy wins and Jacob finishes second, Jacob will still, in the long run, be your champion.
So Jacob has to have a first or second place finish.
Yes.
To
and
win. But what if Jacob finishes third and Macy finishes fifth, which is not going to happen probably? How will that impact the...
Macy will win.
Okay. So basically, Boris needs the 60 or 57 points to get this championship.
The 60 or 57 and 54 will do as long as Macy does not get the win.
So we have all kinds of scenarios, and none of them have made it feel any warmer out here. It's still downright cold.
2 races left. Then we get to pack up and go and turn on the heaters in the car.
Oh, my. It's going to be a nice warm ride home for me to Winston-Salem.
Yes, it will be.
So the heavy Honda race will be taking the track here momentarily. 5 cars in 5 scenarios, 35 laps. I do not see any corner workers taking their positions.
Well, they haven't rolled the cars off yet.
So they won't have, there's not even anyone out here. Everyone's gone home but us.
Everyone's in the trailer.
They forgot to tell us that it's over.
Yeah, I know.
We're almost to the end of a nice, cool day here at Salisbury.
I didn't know it was nice. I just knew it was cool.
Race number 10 of 11 race event today. It's been exciting. There's been some championships claimed. There's been some championships lost. There's been some impressive rookie racing. There's been some
fun cup racing.
There's been a lot of good racing going on, and the way the temperature has fallen, it's definitely a whole new track out there. It's going to be fun to see how these heavy Honda drivers and how their cars are set up to respond to the challenges of racing in this kind of weather. They are taking their time getting this next race underway.
It's like they're not cold or something.
I'm not sure.
Who knows what? Maybe they put a heater down in the hot chute that we don't know about yet.
I'm not sure what the holdup is. I know they will certainly go through the safety inspection to make sure the drivers are securely buckled in and all their safety gear is operating properly. So here we go. They should be pushing them off here any minute. Or maybe not. Maybe not. This is our last broadcast this year, Sam. And
unfortunately, we are unable to broadcast the Fall Nationals.
And if it's going to be this cold, I don't know if I want to broadcast if I'm going to sit outside and freeze.
We'll be outside anyway taking
Yeah, I'll be taking pictures, which will be an interesting afternoon or day. So corner workers are now taking their position. Looks like Chad Allen is coming over to...
We know who the smartest one at the Fall Nationals is. That'll be John Michael Repko.
Who decided not to run.
Who decided not to run and stay in the air and stay in the heated camper and play some Xbox.
So they're still trying to get this next race situated and get. Well, I got oil on the track right here where that collision was earlier. Well, on the back stretch here, Chad Allen has located some oil that was laid down by. You can see some liquid sitting there, Sam.
Yeah,
right at
can.
the.
We need to get some brake cleaner and rag to the track, please. Some brake cleaner and rag.
They've
must
officially called for brake cleaner and rag to dry it up.
That'll come out of when the Will Beaupre and Cooper Warren and Truett Miranda
I think that's what it would have come
got
out
together.
of.
Those three cars, they stopped right there on that joint, concrete joint. That's midway down the backstretch, and now I'm looking to see some spots of liquid, and Mr. Allen has indicated that it is oil or some sort of foreign substance that is not supposed to be on the racing surface, and they will not allow these cars to come out until they clean that. I'm sure the track is slick enough without hitting a spot of oil, particularly down the middle of the backstretch. You come out of turn 2 and you got your foot on the throttle all the way to the floor probably, and you hit that.
Well, in every division other than World Formula, you're always in the throttle.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like there's several spots on the track that need to be cleaned up.
They're
One
looking some
right
up
in the racing line in 3 and 4, and then run right on the back straightaway out of turn 2.
There's also there's a debris on the track as NASCAR likes.
Was it conveniently placed debris to get a caution and make the race more interesting?
Has that ever happened? You don't have to answer that. It always interests me is when NASCAR calls a caution because a water bottle is on the track. How do you think a water bottle got on the track? Some driver had to pick it up and throw it out of the car. They should put a GPS on the water bottle and know which driver threw it out and DQ him.
Or maybe a fan went into yellow. Their driver was running in second.
Yeah, that could happen. So we have a stoppage of the action as the crowd is slowly but surely moving. No one has a lot of energy left in this cold weather. We've only got 2 races to go.
It looks like there's oil all over the track as they're now cleaning some oil coming into turns 1 and 2. This may be a lengthy cleanup.
So one of those cars in that blue rookie race, and there was a few fender benders in that race, so one of those cars had created a leak that was not, it didn't affect the race. I mean, no one spun out on it, I don't think. But you know, when Everson came down here on the backstretch, I don't think he was this high up when he spun. So you don't think he may have hit a spot of oil when he lost control of his car?
He might have, but it didn't seem to affect any other car, so I'm not sure. But there's cleaning efforts all over the track, so this may be rather lengthy cleanup as we try to get this off the track. Do we not have any speedy dry we can use and a jet dryer to blow it off? But then again, Juan Pablo might come flying and smack the jet dryer.
He wouldn't do that again, would he? So we're at a lull here at the NCQMA as we have two people on spraying the liquid or cleanup on the track, and we got Mr. Ed Kinney, who is the official track, what do we call him?
Track director?
Director, or...
He's in charge of something.
He's in charge of maintenance of the track.
Ed working with United Rentals, so definitely a fitting
job
for Ed.
They're trying to determine if there are other spots on the track, there's a lot of whatever that is, oil or something on the track that.
There definitely is.
I mean, Joey Riffle has walked all the way from turn 3 all the way around to the start-finish line. I've seen him at least 3 occasions.
Ed Kenny's on hands and knees going through the corners, just spraying and drying, spraying and drying. So this track will definitely be slick when the drivers get back out on it from all the brake clean that was on it. So they'll have to be extra careful on our warm-up session as to not hit a spot of brake clean and just go for a spin cycle.
So after a full day of some great racing action, we have come to a screeching halt here while the race day officials gather up to clean up. Apparently, we found another. Well, they're coming over here now. They've cleaned up.
Maybe they ran out of brake clean.
Chad Allen has a can of brake cleaner. Looks like he's going to do his duty and come over and spray the spots that he first recognized. That was the first indication of fluid on the track. Then all of a sudden it spread all the way around when people started walking out and looking at it. Chief Steward Brett Anderson is checking out the turn 3 and 4. So there's really not a lot that we can talk about with the unless we can do can you do a play-by-play of Ed Kenny on his knees scrubbing the I wonder if Lola makes him scrub the floor like that at home. He does a good job. He definitely knows what he's doing.
He got up and moved before I could yell down at him and tell him to go faster.
So Chad Allen, who started this mess when he found the first spot of oil. And we have another parent on the track checking out the possible oils in turn 1 and 2.
So this throws another wrinkle into this battle for the Heavy Honda Championship. Not only has it changed from earlier today when it was a little warmer and sunny to where it's colder and dark, and also there's definitely going to be a ton of brake clean on the track from all this oil that got spilled after the rookie event. So this will definitely be a action-packed battle here for the championship in Heavy Honda. Remember, all Jacob has to do is finish first or second. If he finishes third, he just needs Macy to not win.
Well,
so what I'm saying is he can't pull an Ayrton Senna. If anyone knows about that F1 move back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm. They're still finding little spots of oil around the track. And I don't know if we're ever going to find all of them. So someone in that blue rookie race had to be dropping all that liquid because it wasn't before that race.
Yeah, someone definitely had to be dropping a ton of oil. It's all the way around the racing line on the speedway too, which is
that's the problem. It's right in the racing line. I mean, and you cannot. These cars are hard enough to keep going straight as it is with this slick track we got. But if you hit that oil, now we found some right in front of us that. Well, hopefully they will get this cleaned up and we will be back to racing here momentarily. Joey Riffle has another can of brake cleaner and he's going over the spot that Mr. Kenny was just trying to clean.
He obviously didn't find Ed's cleaning satisfactory, I guess.
Well, I think this may have been the biggest spot, and maybe they want to make sure this one is nice and cleaned up because this is where it all got started. Now Mr. Riffles found another spot a little bit further up the back stretch. Of all the days to have a delay like this, when it's 8 degrees now? 39? Whatever.
Probably got to be around there.
But there is a lot at stake in this race. If this race does ever get started, the championship is up for grabs. And
final race for the championship up for grabs is our 160 championship. Has been locked up by Connor Yonchuk already.
So the scenarios have been brilliantly described by Mr. Hatfield. So if they get this race, and I'm sure they will get this race in, the first thing we're going to have to watch is what impact the oil is going to have on the track. Is it all cleaned up? The first car that spins out is going to be
saying oil.
Going to bring out a red flag, and we're going to bring out the scrub pads and the brake cleaner once again. I don't know if they've given the go-ahead, but everyone has left the track. They're headed over to the hot chute to see if they're going to get these cars pushed off and racing. Can't really tell what they're discussing from our vantage point. But I do think the track has been pretty much walked over, and whatever they found, they've at least attempted to clean it up. We'll find out how good they were at the cleanup job. I believe they're going to push cars off. They've got the handler standing behind the cars, and here goes the first car being pushed down out of the hot chute. And that would be Luke Akers.
Luke Akers was unable to make a run in qualifying earlier. He had a shock that was leaking. So Luke will have to start from the back of the pack.
Mr. Akers looks like his car just died on him. And he made it down the backstretch before it...
These cars are definitely tough to start when it gets cold. Well,
like
tougher to start when it gets cold.
Abigail Kinney's having a little trouble keeping her car going, and Brandon Anderson has his car underway. Now Luke Akers is pushed off again. Looks like he does have ample power now to make it around the track, cleaning his tires off, trying to build up some heat with his swerving back and forth. He almost ran into Jacob Borst. Abigail Kinney is now underway. And Brandon Anderson with his bright orange car. And Macy Curry. They're all kind of very carefully running these warm-up laps, trying to find out where the slick spots are, I guess. Now they're turning them loose for some hot laps, and the first spin out is Luke Akers over on the front stretch, right out of turn number 4. He's being turned back the right direction and will be pushed off again. Hopefully he'll get started in this cold weather. He is back underway with the yellow flag out. They should be getting the field line back up here in just a few minutes to get this. Well, now they're going to give them a green flag again for some more hot laps.
Probably just want to make sure that this track is oiled. There's no oil on it.
Looks like so far that the seems like in the racing group there's been no issues with these warm-up laps. Now they've thrown the caution flag, and hopefully they'll get them lined up and get us a green flag to get this racing underway. We have 35 laps to complete for the season-ending heavy Honda classification here at the NCQMA.
Our lineup is starting on the pole. Brandon Anderson starting second. Jacob Borst. He's got to at least stay there if he wants to lock up the championship. Starting third, Abigail Kenny. Starting fourth, Macy Curry. And starting fifth, Luke Akers. If Borst wants to win the championship, he cannot finish worse than third. He cannot finish worse than third.
That's going to be a tough challenge with Macy Curry on his bumper. Macy's not one of these that likes to stay in the back of the field. So
one to go this time by.
When they get this green flag, it's going to get interesting.
Heading to turn number 4, green flag out in the air. Jacob Borst gets a jump on the outside. He's going to go from second to first. Great move by Borst there. Borst, your leader. Brandon Anderson in second. Macy Curry was able to slide in on the inside line from fourth into third. Great start by Curry there. However, Curry's got to get in front of Borst if she wants her shot at a championship. Abigail Kenny slides back into the fifth and final running position. Akers up in fourth. However, the battle on the track is for second. Macy Curry right on the back bumper of Brandon Anderson. That's your battle for third. Curry has to get up at least 2 spots, has to get in front of Borst if she wants her shot at the championship. Curry's going to look low. She's now in second. She's lost a chain. She's lost a chain. Yellow flag.
She had just gotten around Brandon Anderson, and midway down the backstretch, she lost her chain, and that's a very disappointing start for Miss Curry, because I think she was going to.
She had a shot of at least trying to run down Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob Borst he's been fast all year, so.
But even if she beat Jacob and Jacob would have finished second, he still would have been able to get that championship.
So she has to hope for some trouble that Jacob has.
That's really what she has to hope for.
And that she can win the race. And then he needs to finish lower than second, I think you said, right?
If she doesn't win, he has to finish fourth or worse. If she wins, third or worse.
So I would say the advantage at this moment is Jacob Borst.
Yes, it would be.
With the misfortune of Macy losing a chain here on the backstretch.
I would have said coming into the day that the advantage was for Macy, as it didn't really matter where she finished as long as Jacob didn't finish in the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
But now after all this troubles, I would say, and Jacob in the lead with 30 to go, I would definitely say that he has the advantage. That the Curry machine is currently up on its nose, getting a chain replaced. As it looks like the Curry machine is going to push 1 to go. Let's see if the machine of Curry makes it. Yes, it does. The yellow flag does come out. Curry barely able to make it. There's only about maybe 50 feet or so before they got to the start-finish line. So about 50 feet saved her, really what saved her championship hopes there. So Curry's going to catch up to the back of the pack as we get the restart with 30 laps to go. Next time by, we will get the 1 to go. Our lineup, Borst, Anderson, Akers, Kenny, and Curry. Curry's got a ton of ground to make up. 1 to go this time by. Currently, as it runs, Jacob Borst would be your champion. We head down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Green flag out in the air. Borst able to get a jump on Anderson. He gets about a half a car length jump on the restart over Brandon Anderson, and that quickly jumps to about a 2 car length advantage for Borst. Now back to Macy Curry. She's still stuck behind Abigail Kenny. Running in the 5th place position is Curry. That car looks like it's still got some of the junk from pit road on its tires, as it will be a little bit before that car begins to rubber in and get back up to speed.
Luke Akers is up on Brandon Anderson's bumper. He's going to try to set him up for a pass.
And yellow
Curry
flag. Curry
spins out
spins.
Coming out of turn 4. She loses it. So we have 26 laps to go. It's almost too cold to talk, Sam. So Curry spins out in turn 4.
That is Curry's second
Second strike.
Jacob Borst seems to have the car to beat, and Curry's car definitely not handling to her liking.
Curry
So-
goes to the pits for adjustment.
Championship favor is definitely in Borst's hands, with 26 laps left to be run in this championship deciding heavy Honda event.
So they will give Macy Curry 5 courtesy laps to make needed adjustments or repairs to her car. I think they're down to 4 to go, maybe 3 to go, before they'll be throwing the green flag if she can make it back. It would be really disappointing to lose a championship sitting on pit road, not making the restart.
It would be, but at the same time, right now it's not her championship to lose. Right now it's Jacob's championship to lose. Because even if she doesn't finish this race and Jacob wins, so 1 to go this time by, the machine of Curry still stuck on pit road.
She is not going to make the green
So
flag.
now it's Jacob Borst's championship to lose. Curry has nothing left to do in it. Green flag is out in the air.
So this race is restarted without the car of Macy Curry on the track.
Jacob Borst is your leader. He has about a 5 car length advantage over Brandon Anderson, running in third. Luke Akers
Luke
right
Akers
on the back
dropped
bumper of Anderson. He's going to look low down the front straightaway. Can't get the job done. Jumps back in line.
He didn't force the issue. He could have caused a big spin out right there. But
Definitely a smart move there by Akers.
He's got to regain his momentum and try to catch Anderson back again to get in a position to maybe gain that second spot here on the track. Cars are getting spread out pretty good here with only 4 cars still in the race.
Back to the battle for the championship. Jacob Borst currently has a straightaway lead over Brandon Anderson in the second place running position. So, right now it's still Jacob's championship to lose. Championship contender, his main championship contender, Macy Curry, is sitting out on the pits. However, that's really not going to play much into the championship run, assuming Jacob does stay out and pick up the win.
So Borst about a half a lap ahead of the second place running Brandon Anderson. So Borst is kind of on cruise control and should win this race fairly easily with 14 laps to go.
However, the battle out on the track is now for second place. We got a 3-car battle for second place. Anderson currently in second, Akers in third, and Kenny is in fourth. Ten laps left to go this time by. Brandon Anderson has about a car length lead over Luke Akers. Once again, that's the battle for second, as Jacob Borst is only about a straightaway behind those guys in terms of putting them 1 lap down.
He may even catch them before the race is over. Seven laps to go now, so he's about a quarter of a lap from catching into the field.
Brandon Anderson has pulled out to about a 3-car length advantage over Luke Akers for the second place position, as Jacob Borst obviously sees the whole pack in front of him. You could hear him go down the back straightaway.
He's backing up a little bit and wants to stay away from those cars, I think.
He just jumped out of the throttle.
Yep.
In order, so that way if they wrecked, he wouldn't get involved in any wreck. As now that he can no longer, I guess, see those cars in his field of view, he jumps back into the throttle. Definitely a veteran move there by Jacob, knowing that all he had to do was win the race to be champion. And he says, if they wreck, I don't want to get caught up in it, so I'm just going to slow down a bit and make sure there's plenty of distance between us, as Jacob's going to come around, take the checkered flag, give the win and the championship to Jacob Borst. Second place to Brandon Anderson by about a foot. Third to Akers, and fourth to Kenny. And then fifth goes to Macy Curry.
I have to say that Luke Akers made a very, very smart move when he came out of turn 2. He was trying to dive under Brandon Anderson to take second, but as he saw he couldn't quite make it, instead of forcing his way under there and probably sending Anderson into the wall, he backed out, and that's a very veteran type of move that with that kind of a racing attitude and racing style, that's going to bode well for Mr. Akers, because I think when you race that way, you earn people's respect. They know you're not going to go in there and just run over them to get around them. So that was a great move by Mr. Akers. And knowing Luke the way I do, with his personality and his, he races because he loves to race, and he's not one of these drivers that will win at all cost, and that's to be he's to be commended for how he raced that senior or heavy Honda race. Jacob Borst clearly was the class of the field when he came out, and he's been that for the last few races. It would have been interesting to see the kind of battle that he and Macy Curry would have put on if she had not had those issues on the track. Macy, she's not had those kind of issues all year, and it's just a shame that coming down to the last race of the season that, the gremlins kind of got to her, and her first issue was she lost her chain here on the back stretch, and then the next she spun out and went in for some work in the pits and did not make the call after the five laps of the work rule to give them 5 laps to get back on the track. So Macy's season does come to an end for the hope for her championship. She'll be here for the Fall Nationals, and I'm sure she'll be very competitive. So congratulations to Mr. Borst, who has really come on strong here in the latter part of the season. And Sam, we are down to our last frosty race.
Before we get to that, I'm going to give you our final run in the championship.
Oh, my gosh. Unofficially our final run.
Unofficial, of course. Winning the championship, Jacob Borst. Second place, Macy Curry. Third, Brandon Anderson. Fourth, Abigail Kenny. Fifth, Luke Akers. Luke missed out on that position by only 3 points.
Oh, wow. So he finished
fifth.
Fifth.
And then in sixth is Jordan Redmond. Jordan has missed the last 2 races due to a concussion. So now we head to our Light 160 division, final race of the day. Our championship winner already decided. Connor Janchuk locked up the championship. Only 4 drivers are running in today's event.
So we got the Light 160 A main, 35 intense laps. We did notice that the oil that was on the track had no impact on this
it didn't.
heavy Honda race. They got it cleaned up, and the cars were able to stay in the racing groove and no major issues. And so our hats are off to our work crew that goes out and takes care of all the track maintenance. Even in this cold weather, they went out there and they got on their hands and knees and scrubbed that oil. It was kind of impressive.
Our lineup for the final race of today, the final race of the NCQMA regular season, and the final race that we will be broadcasting here on Triad Sports Coverage this year. Starting on the pole in our Light 160 8-man event, Nick Loden. Starting second, Justin Opplinger. Starting third, the Gingerbread Kid, Tyler Conover. And starting fourth, the Carolina Cowboy, Levi Riffle. So that is your 4 cars running for the final time this season.
Conover is out on the track doing his warm-up laps, and Levi comes around the turn 2 entrance onto the track.
I'd like to give a shout-out to someone. He's not here, Ryan Repko. And being officially crowned the Light World Formula Champion this year, he has won 20 championships at the NCQMA Speedway. He was 1 championship away from tying the record set by, I believe, Nick Wilt, who is our flagger now. If Ryan would have been able to win this Light 160 championship, he would have been able to tie that record. However, unfortunately for Ryan, he was not able to. But still, 20 championships is definitely not something to be disappointed over. Ryan has missed a lot of races recently due to his late model racing career.
We certainly want to wish Ryan Repko good luck in his racing future. I've watched him race quarter midgets for 2 years, and the kid is phenomenal. He deserves every chance he can get to race. Comes from a great family, and the quarter midget track here is going to miss the Repko family next year when they move on to be totally committed to Ryan's late model career. So on behalf of the NCQMA, I want to say thanks to Mary Repko, who has been I would say the backbone of this club for the last few years, doing all the behind the scenes work that no one ever realizes and no one ever really gives you credit for. And Mary, you've been a great just a great part of the NCQMA, and I'll even give a shout out to Regis because he is the head of household and he needs a little pat on the back too. So, and John Michael, who I know last year he beat Ryan in one of the races, and that has to be a good feeling for John Michael. So thanks to the Repkos for all you've done for this track.
Green flag out in the air. Justin Opplinger getting that second place starting position. He slides back to the pack of the pack. Now Tyler Conover, Levi Riffle, they're battling, crossing over, back and forth for the second place running position. Now Opplinger's gotten in the mix. He dives under Conover. However, Conover goes to the crossover. Now Conover and Opplinger, they're crossing over, back and forth, back and forth. Right now it's Conover. Now it's Opplinger. No, it's not. He's going to fall in line. That's third and fourth. Your leader is Nick Loden, running in second. The Carolina Cowboy, Levi Riffle.
It's quite a race for third and fourth with Conover and Opplinger. They're bumper to bumper. Looks like Opplinger, he taps Conover on the bumper and does make an attempt to pass him. Conover's sticking with him on the outside, crosses over. Wow, that was some intense racing for a couple of laps.
Definitely some very intense racing for what's only the third place position. However, the battle for the lead, Levi Riffle
Levi's
has
closing the gap.
Slowly but surely closed the gap.
23 to go.
Quick Nick Loden. It would be a great capital for Riffle to end out the season with a win, as it would be his first win in Light 160. Levi now right on the back bumper of Nick Loden. That's your battle for the lead with 21 laps left to go. Levi's going to look low down the back straightaway. He's going to get the job done. Slide Levi up in the lead. Loden back to second. Levi Riffle, your new Light 160 leader. Nick Loden in second. So Levi Riffle is your leader. Nick Loden in second. As Riffle is now beginning to catch up to the lapped traffic, that would be Justin Opplinger. Riffle now right on the back bumper of Opplinger, getting ready to put him a lap down. Riffle's going to look low down the back straightaway, get the job done, slide Opplinger one lap down with ease.
Levi's car just all of a sudden came in, and because he didn't look that impressive the first 15 laps of this race, and with 20 laps to go, he put a move on Loden and took the lead and hasn't looked back since. He's about a dozen car lengths ahead of second place Nick Loden.
Riffle's machine is flying around the speedway right now.
He's about to catch Tyler Conover, and there's still 8 laps to go in this last main event of the season for Light 160 and for the NCQMA regular season of 2014. Riffle with a straightaway lead.
Riffle flying around the speedway. Only 5 laps left to go for Riffle here. As Riffle definitely coming from behind, started last to pick up this win. This car has been fast, and he has proven it. As of 3 laps left to go, he's now right on the back bumper of Tyler Conover. He comes around slow, green flag in the air, 2 more times around for Levi Riffle.
Ooh.
White flag this time by, 1 more time around for Levi Riffle to pick up his first Light 160 win of the season. He heads down the back straightaway, checkered flag, give the win to Levi Riffle, second place to Nick Loden, third to Christopher Opplinger, fourth to Tyler Conover. Or excuse me, that would be Justin Opplinger.
That was Levi Riffle winning the final Light 160 race of the year. So Tyler Conover will pick up the third finishing spot with Justin Oplinger taking the fourth and final position in his 4-car race. And this day comes to a chilly end after 11 A-main events here at the NCQMA. And it will wrap up our broadcasting season. Looks
we'll
like
get you these points first, of course.
Levi is trying to climb out of his car on the backstretch. Don't know if he's going to do a flip like Mr. Edwards or what. Levi's having trouble getting everything unhooked. It's almost like he has the purpose to get out of the car here on the backstretch. But all of a sudden the track has grown silent. The racing is over. The regular season has come to an end, with Levi Riffle winning the last race of the year. Great performance all season by Mr. Riffle.
Okay, I have the final points for Light 160. Picking up the championship, Connor Yonchuk. Second place in a tie with Gage Painter. Ryan Repko has the tiebreaker over Gage Painter. Second place will go to Ryan Repko. Ryan has 3 wins. Gage has 2. So third goes to Gage. Fourth to Nick Loden. Fifth to Levi Riffle, your winner tonight. And sixth to John Michael Repko. So that concludes our Light 160A main event. Great job by Levi picking up the win.
That was a good race. Like I say, Levi's car at the start wasn't that impressive, but after about 10 laps, he found his groove, and the car came in for him, and he actually won going away. I mean, I thought Nick Loden was going to give him more trouble, but once Levi got in front of him, it was no looking back. So that's going to end the season here at NCQMA for the regular 2014 racing season.
The postseason, Thanksgiving weekend, Carolina Fall Nationals.
And we will also have our banquet on January 10th at Great Wolf Lodge to present all these young drivers with their season-ending awards. And we'll be naming our TriadSportsCoverage.com Driver of the Year and Rookie of the Year, sponsored by Richard Childress Racing Museum and Gift Shop. And to close out, we want to say thanks to all you folks who have listened to our broadcast. Thanks to Sam Hatfield for providing great commentary, great race call of the races. It's been wonderful to have you part of our team here at TriadSportsCoverage.com. And mostly we want to thank Chris Yunchuk from Flash Products for being a great sponsor to help us bring these broadcasts to the fans. We're going to close out our broadcast and sign off once I can get a computer screen from Mr. Hatfield. We really enjoyed bringing the races to the folks, and again, thanks to all of you that have tuned in. As soon as I can find my computer screen back, I'm going to sign us off. Pardon us, folks. We're trying to make our cold bodies function, and sometimes they don't function too well. So for Sam Hatfield and for Ryan Repko, who has filled in for doing some broadcasting for us, this is Mike Pettaway saying thank you for joining us on TriadSportsCoverage.com for live coverage of the NCQMA, and we'll see you at the track on Thanksgiving weekend.